At the outset, I would congratulate Honorable Union Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji for presenting a growth-oriented futuristic budget for the year 2023-24. I welcome you, ma'am, to this press conference. I also take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Ministers of State, Sri Pankaj Chaudhary ji and Dr. Bhagwat Karaj ji. On this occasion, we also have with us Finance Secretary Expenditure, Dr. T.V. Somanathan, Secretary Economic Affairs, Sri Ajay Seth, Secretary Deepam, Sri Tuhinkant Pandey, Secretary Revenue, Sri Sanjay Malhotra, Secretary Financial Services, Sri Vivek Joshi, Chief Economic Advisor, Sri V. Ananta Nageshwaran. I welcome you all to this press conference. Friends, first the Honorable Minister will give her opening remarks. Thereafter, we will be taking questions from you. Before I request the Honorable Minister, I must request you all to please follow the norm of organization, one person, one question, please. Don't club too many questions together. That will help us give opportunity to friends. With this, I request Honorable Minister of Finance to proceed. Please begin the opening remarks.
Thank you. As opening remark, I'll just give a few indications of what has been highlighted in the budget. Broadly, I think the four emphasis points are on empowering women, giving a lot more attention to the SHG groups which are in the rural areas, trying to scale them up, give them the opportunity to brand and produce and also market their products in a far more scaled up and professional manner. Emphasis on tourism and training of youth for readying themselves for tourism, specific action for 50 destinations where comprehensive tourism action plans will be introduced. Then what is being called as PM Vikas, looking at Vishwakarma, people who create things, make things out of their hands using tools. In some states they are called Vishwakarmas, in some other states some castes are referred to as Vishwakarma, but what we mean here is to cover all those artisans and craftspeople who do things with their hands using some tools, so not specifically only to some particular communities, but to all who create the soft power of India through their craftsmanship. Then the four is green growth, the fourth one, which is in every sphere of life we have policy interventions and enabling provisions made so that India moves fast on the transition to renewable energy. The investments made for hydrogen mission, renewable energy transitional facilities which we need, natural gas, and also looking at biogas, also evacuation of power from renewable energy sources located in Ladakh to the rest of the country. So those are four highlights which I'd like you to go back to see the scale in which we are approaching these issues and the impact that it will have on large sections of India's population. Then, of course, I gave 7 priorities, which began with talking about inclusive growth, investments in infrastructure, also reaching the last mile so that those who are still left without a house or a sanitary facility or a road which is reaching them, and so on. So the last mile, reaching the last mile for those who desperately need that kind of a link are all being covered. Then we are also looking at a very futuristic fintech financial sector for which we have brought in some specific ideas. We are looking at also improving the industrialization of this country, where people will be trained for Industrial Revolution 4.0, which means they're going to be trained for AI, IoT, using Web3 in other words. So training manpower to ready themselves for industries which are rapidly becoming industrialized in the Web3 context. Then digital economy, unleashing the digital power of India in various walks of life, setting up an artificial intelligence research center, center for excellence. So all these are in part A. There's a lot of increase in the agriculture credit availability, 20 lakhs being made available for agriculture credit. Also a sub-scheme under the PM Matsya Sampada Yojana, making sure that people living in the coastal areas are going to benefit from it, fishermen are going to benefit from it. Now, if largely the Part A has looked at these, Part B has aimed at rationalizing the customs duties, also making sure personal income tax, after a very long time, has had substantial changes which will benefit the middle class. And also because this country has been waiting for direct taxation to be simplified, also waiting for direct taxation to be a lot more easy in compliance, and therefore the new taxation regime that we brought in for direct taxation 2-3 years ago has now got greater incentives, greater attraction, so that people can unhesitatingly move from the old to the new. Of course, we are not compelling anybody. Those who want to remain in old can still remain there for enough justifications that they can have. But the new one obviously is now attractive because it gives greater rebate. It also provides for a simplified and smaller slabs, lower rates of taxation, and also slabs which are nicely broken down. So with all this, I think the budget, I've not gone into specifics, but I thought as an opening remark, this much will be sufficient to say this is a budget which is beautifully balanced. Both growth considerations, because the capital investment has never before seen double-digit investment announcements. 10 lakh crore, which includes 1.3 lakh crores being given to states, is going to give a big leg up for capital investment from government. So the balancing that I'm talking about is looking at public sector investments, continuing that good tradition of capital investment in infrastructure, and also attending to MSMEs, because they are the engine of growth. We've given them relief, we have also given them new access, we have extended and widened the emergency credit liquidity guarantee scheme, also given them back their securities, 95% of it, even if they fail to deliver on contractual promises which were during the COVID pandemic. So the balancing is, one, we could sustain the capital infrastructure expenditure from the government, simultaneously in the private sector give a lot of push and impetus for the MSME, and not forgetting the individuals, the middle class individuals who needed that kind of a tax breaks and relief through taxation. So the large macroeconomic considerations have also been kept in mind. The fiscal consolidation has not been kept in the back burner. We've attended to it. We are respecting the glide path we gave ourselves 2 budgets ago. 6.4 this year fiscal deficit, and the forthcoming year for which the budget is presented now, 5.9% fiscal deficit. So broadly, I leave it at this. I suppose when you ask questions, we can answer the rest. Thank you. Thank you for coming here today.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that when there is an announcement for 7 lakh rupees under new tax regime, that will no tax to be paid, and then you are talking about rejigging the new tax regime, does this mean that this is the end of exemptions for various incentives, exemptions for investment and savings?
Well, I've already addressed this, I think. We want to make the new tax regime, which is without exemptions, attractive enough for people to think that this will be the best option for them because it gives them better rates. It doesn't also make the compliance a burdensome exercise. If rates are so low, you're going to benefit net by paying lesser tax. Even those exemptions that you would have otherwise gained from would have resulted in probably net amount being the same. So we made this a lot more attractive. But if there are people who still think that being in the exemption regime, which is the old regime, benefits them, they're welcome to continue where they want. But yes, the ultimate interest is to make the simpler regime more attractive. And that is why we've come up with this.
Ma'am, firstly, many congratulations on that fiscal consolidation, because I keep asking you that question. But the issue today is about people in terms of, there is a big gamble in terms of capital expenditure. When you do that, does it actually trickle down to the people? Does it create jobs? I know you've been doing this for the last 2 years. Are you sure that this will really trigger off job creation, one, to, money in the hands of the poor people? The second, of course, is about inflation, which, again, you, like last year, you haven't really touched about it, but you have had the letter from RBI. Your chief economic advisor yesterday says we are in uncertain times, but we hope that it will be under the check of 4 to 6%, hopefully the lower band of RBI. What is your answer to both these points?
First of all, on the inflation, I think, yeah, you're right in saying RBI wrote a letter and what. But in the meanwhile, you've seen inflation come down, both the CPI and WPI. Action is being taken by the government. We take inflation-related steps as and when things develop in the ground and in response to it. And that has borne result. So inflation is not something which we are looking the other way while it is changing up and down. We have kept attending to it, and as a result, you find the result. On fiscal consolidation, you asked me the question, and I've already explained that we have attended to it with all earnestness, having respected the glide path we gave ourselves earlier. Jobs. Yeah. See, first of all, I find it a bit odd you may want to ask this question like this. Capital expenditure. I would have appreciated if you asked me, you said something in the BE, but you have not really exhausted what you put forth. You have not really used it in the ground. It is unfulfilled in the sense targets have not achieved. I would have been happy to answer if that were to be the case. But you're asking me a question about, in the sense you are implying that we have fully utilized what has been kept for capital investment. Therefore, it makes me feel odd that you're asking a question of actually have jobs been created or not. When projects are undertaken and money is utilized, and that it is utilized is coming through from the budget statement, how would the projects get completed without manpower, without jobs? Not all projects can be completed, even 1%, without human intervention. So obviously jobs are happening in the ground. So
Ma'am, I want to ask you, ma'am here. Ma'am, I want to ask you what percentage of taxpayers had moved to the new tax regime in the last assessment year? And is there a number that you expect, 50%, 60%, whatever? And number two, ma'am, there's a specific mention for expenditure towards MSMEs. Now, is there an estimate of how much, what was the dues that companies had claimed as expenditure and which has not actually been paid to the MSMEs?
Sanjay, you want to answer on?
On your second question, that is on the MSMEs, well, we don't have that data. Certainly, we don't have that data. And it's not, I mean, we don't take that data from the taxpayers in their returns. So that data we will not have. But certainly, you know, we are all aware of this huge problem of timely payments not being made to the MSMEs. So in that direction, you know, this is certainly a positive step. Coming to your first question on the exemption-less regime, let me say that for companies, the 22% tax regime that we got, 61% of our tax now, the corporate tax, more than 60% is actually coming from the exemption-free tax regime. Individuals' data we will not have, but we are very hopeful that this particular scheme for individual taxpayers, the PIT, I think the majority would prefer. I mean, all of you, if you all do your own calculations, I think majority here would be now wanting to shift irrespective of their incomes and the deductions and exemptions that they claim. They would be finding it more attractive to shift to the new tax regime, majority of them.
No, go ahead. Ma'am, very good afternoon. Congratulations on a great budget. It's very clean, simple, nicely done. Ma'am, one quick question on CAPEX and one more on petroleum subsidy. Ma'am, your CAPEX for RE is lower actually in terms of the spend as of now. But the target is, greatly stepped up for FY24. So what gives the confidence that it will be all utilized? That CAPEX RE is lower, ma'am. 7.28 versus slightly lower. And a big jump for FY24. So what gives the government the confidence that all of it is going to be utilized and well spent? That's one, ma'am. And second, ma'am, on the petroleum front, the LPG subsidy has been kept pretty low. You had announced certain additional measures last year in May, along with the deep cuts in excise on petrol, diesel. So what happens to those announcements regarding LPG subsidy? They have not been rolled over. And plus, ma'am, there is a demand coming in from oil cores now after LPG losses that you have made good by giving them money, that something needs to be done on fuel also. So would the government consider?
The last bit, something has to be done for who?
Basically, demand coming in from oil cores in terms of...
oil marketing companies.
Yes, cash compensation.
The money which is now being given is not for that.
Not for that, ma'am. So, all of it.
So, on your first question on capital expenditure. So, yes, the revised estimates are about 97% or 98% of the budget estimate. Yes, there is a slight deviation. It's mainly on the state capital expenditure, which is falling short of the 1 lakh crore. Actually, the central capital expenditure is going to exceed the budget estimates. State capital expenditure is not expected to reach the 1 lakh crore figure because some portions of the state capital investment scheme have reform conditions. So some states have not been able to meet some of the conditions. Therefore, we expect, I think the figures are there, about 76% of the state capital expenditure scheme is likely to be spent. That's the revised estimate. So the shortfall is actually on the state side, not on the central side. Point number one. What gives you the confidence for next year? I think if you look at the allocations that have been made, they've made in actually the increments are in 4 clear areas. One, railways. The railways has enough projects to absorb the additional capital expenditure. The second is highways. They have adequate projects running to absorb this capital expenditure. The third is states, 30,000 crores. Now, yes, there will always be a challenge, but I think the states are gearing up now. This 2 years of this experiment has helped them to improve their spending capacity. And we are also seeing an uptick in the second half of this year on the state capital expenditure. So I'm reasonably confident that the states will absorb the 1,30,000 that has been provided. And the other big item on the central side is the petroleum capital expenditure, which is for retrofitting of refineries to meet emission standards and pollution standards, and partly for augmenting our strategic reserves. So I'm quite confident that we'll meet the expenditure targets.
Please.
तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम, जो डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का जो टारगेट है वो 65,000 से 50,000 किया है और नेक्स्ट ईयर का 51,000 किया है। तो मैम, इससे हम ये समझें कि जो दो गवर्नमेंट बैंक का जो प्राइवेटाइजेशन होना था और जो दो इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज का जो प्राइवेटाइजेशन होना था वो अब 2024 के बाद ही संभव हो पाएगा, उससे पहले नहीं हो पाएगा, क्योंकि मैम जो टारगेट ये कर रहे हैं। दूसरा सवाल मेरा संजय सर से है।
जैसा कि आपको विदित है कि डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट तो मार्केट कंडीशंस और कई चीज़ों से निर्भर करता है, तो उस हिसाब से जो प्रैक्टिकल और प्रूडेंट टारगेट है वो रखा गया है।
Ma'am, I am Monica from the New Indian Express. Ma'am, what was the need to lower effective tax rate for high income group at this point in time? And also tax collection at source has been increased from 5% to 20% or on overseas tour package. So what is the reason behind this massive increase?
See, the tour packages are generally taken by people whose effective tax rate is certainly more than 30%. So if we are charging them 20% TDS, I don't think it is high. Our attempt always has been to charge TDS at more or less similar rates, if not exactly the same rates. So that answers your question number one. Question number two on, I think you are referring perhaps to surcharge, which has been reduced. Well, our rates some of the developed countries. And so in any case, it was introduced as an interim measure, and so that has now been reduced so that the effective tax rate, highest effective tax rate becomes 39%.
I'd just like to supplement that. There is a consistent theme, if you see, both on the new tax regime and on the changes that you're seeing in this budget, that the move is towards lower rates but fewer avoidance measures and exemptions. So if you look at high net worth individuals, there are a number of tax avoidance removal measures in this budget, along with the reduction in surcharge. So if you look at market-linked debentures, if you look at very high-value insurance policies, and a few other measures, so the marginal rate is coming down, but some of the devices used predominantly by those in that highest marginal tax rate are also being rationalized. So it's not necessarily a net reduction, it is a reduction from a high marginal rate inducing certain avoidance devices to a lower marginal rate with fewer opportunities to avoid.
74, please.
One's mind being part of a political party. But consistent with what we believe, we placed our emphasis and priorities on those. And that's what you've seen in the budget.
मैडम, मेरा सवाल है आपसे। मैं संजय शर्मा हूं, लोकमत अखबार से। मैडम, आपके बजट में विपक्ष की तरफ से कोई ज़्यादा प्रतिक्रिया नहीं है ये, लेकिन इस बजट से महिलाओं को काफ़ी उम्मीदें थी, घर की महिलाओं को जो महंगाई से पीड़ित थी, रसोई गैस के सिलेंडर के दुगने दामों से पीड़ित थी, कहीं ना कहीं आटे से लेकर के रोटी तक सारी चीजें महंगी हो गई है, तो क्या इससे आपको लगता है कि कुछ इसमें महंगाई पे भी फर्क पड़ेगा और घर की जो रोटी है, जो घर की जो रसोई का जो सामान है, उसमें इस बजट से कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा?
गवर्नमेंट का निर्णय को देखे होंगे कि गेहूं के लिए मार्केट में रिलीज करने के लिए आदेश हुआ है, जिससे गेहूं के दाम कम होने के इतना क्लियर इंडिकेशन है, जिससे सीधा घर में रसोई में फर्क पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा। सो उसको आप बोलना नहीं है, ये नहीं है कि मैं उसके ऊपर कुछ बजट में नहीं बोले, मगर बजट से बोलने से पहले एक्शन ही हो गया है ना, कि घर की रसोई के लिए गेहूं आटा के लिए मार्केट में रिलीज करने के लिए निर्णय सरकार ऑलरेडी कर चुकी है। एक मिनट।
साथ ही साथ जो है महिला जो है वो भी एक परिवार का सदस्य है, तो जो रिलीफ जो इतना टैक्स पर्सनल इनकम टैक्स में दिया गया है वो भी परिवार के पास में और महिला के पास में आएगा, उसके हाथ में आएगा, जिससे वो अपना घर का खर्चा चला सकती है। सो वो भी एक महिला के लिए, हमें नहीं देखना चाहिए कि महिला के लिए नहीं है, वो भी महिला के लिए एक बेनिफिट है।
गेहूं पुरुषों के लिए भी है और महिला के लिए टैक्स भी है।
Hi ma'am, Meghna Mittal from ET Now. The fiscal glide path that you have given is 4.5% by 2025-26, which may be considered slightly bold, but does it also indicate your confidence in continuing tax buoyancy in the coming years?
Somanathan has already answered it. Yes, tax buoyancy, as you saw even yesterday, GST collection figures have come. Direct taxation buoyancy is also observed in the current year. That is one thing. I think to the credit of this team, there's been a very robust management of macroeconomics. That certainly bears an impact. So all of us might talk about this particular step or that particular step, but I think together, revenue, expenditure, disinvestment, banking, all of us together have worked in such a way that where you can earn more through tax avoidance related measures, and similarly where you can bring in more people into the tax net, you are taking steps. Similarly, prudent ways of effective expenditure without cutting down expenditure, committed expenditure or other expenditure, are all ways in which you're making money mean more. And for every rupee that you spend, you get a better set of returns. So I think efficient management also has a very big role to play here.
I just wanted to add to your question. The estimates in the budget, the revenue estimates in the budget, do not assume a buoyancy greater than 1 for the coming financial year. It assumes a buoyancy of 1. Gross taxes are expected to grow by the same 10.5%, by which we have estimated the GDP to grow, which is slightly lower than the figure implied by the economic survey. And therefore, we are assuming only a buoyancy of 1. But if the experience of this year is repeated next year, then it may in fact be more than 1. But we have taken a conservative assumption. And I think the very fact that the commitment to 4.5% was reiterated word by word in this budget gives you an indication that we feel that we have the means and the ability to reach that target by 2025-26. I would also point out that many of our expenditure increases are on discretionary spends. We have kept a very tight lid on the irreducible types of expenditure, and therefore there is room in the budget, both on the revenue side and on the expenditure side, for us to reach that fiscal deficit target by 2025-26. And it is not likely that the finance minister has reiterated it in Parliament today.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria from CNBC TV 18. Ma'am, I have two questions. Firstly, On the TDS reforms, you've come out with two specific reforms. One, 20% TDS on foreign investments. Why has this been introduced? Is it to curb the flight of capital or investments which was going outside the country? And secondly, on students who are going outside to study, on that also the TDS has come, there's a 5% that has been levied. Or it has been reduced.
There is no change on education, or absolutely not. That's wrong. Your facts are wrong.
But what happens to the amount that one spends in staying there as a student?
First, correct the thing which you've said, because yours is a very powerful voice, and that can spread among your dost, and that can go out. No change has been made for education or health purpose, LRS. Please, I hope my voice is audible much more than Timsi's.
Thank you for correcting me, ma'am. But on the foreign capital, on the foreign investment, the TDS of 20%, if you could explain the rationale.
I think this question was asked, and I already answered it, to say that this is actually coming from income, and the income tax rates for those categories of people who are using this LRS to send money outside is much more than 20%. And so they were in any case, to pay for the tax. And in case they don't have to pay for the tax, they can always get a refund.
It is our impression, and there is enough information to indicate that there are quite a lot of people who are able to make these remittances, but whose tax returns are disproportionately low compared to what they send as remittances. Now that means if you don't collect the tax at source, you have to take measures later to catch them. That is much more difficult. If you are able to make remittances to invest in a property in Manhattan or in a stock brokerage account in Dubai, or if you are going to take a 30-day tour of the world, almost certainly your effective tax rate will be 20%. So, yes.
We have learned from both the economic survey and the RBI report that there's a lot of public investment and private consumption. Are you still happy with the private investment? Are you still expecting it to grow? Or do you think for the moment it is only public investment that will go on?
Hi. Yesterday in the press conference, we answered this question, and we also had a slide up there in the presentation we made yesterday that private capital investment has been improving every year in the last 3 years. For example, in the first half of 2021, based on quarterly earnings reports filed by listed companies, the capital expenditure was 2.1 lakh crores, which increased to 2.4 lakh crores in 21-22 in the first half, April to September, and 22-23, it has gone up to 3.3 lakh crores. And then you look at the RBI survey on capacity utilization and investment spending plans of the respondents. There is a very clear sign that many private sector companies are looking to enhance their capital expenditure. So both in terms of intent and in terms of actual spend, private capital investment is showing very clear signs of revival. Thank you.
Ma'am, this is Ujjwal Narayan from Newsrise. Ma'am, this is your fifth budget, and when you started in the first budget, you talk about India reaching to a 5 trillion economy by 2025. So just I wanted to know what is the situation, because yesterday CA has put forward another goal post of becoming a 7 trillion economy in next 7 years. So what is happening to that target? That is my simple question.
See, we are moving along to achieve our targets, both mine and his. We'll achieve.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Chetan from India Today Group. Ma'am, while calculating the fiscal match for FY24, how did you assume the disruptive variables like the crude prices and, of course, China unlocking and its impact on commodity prices? What was the benchmark that you were the thinking behind the rationale?
This is a question that keeps coming every budget, and I keep giving you the same answer. that there is no part of the budget mathematics that has a crude price number as an input in any spreadsheet. See, because there is no direct subsidy on any petroleum product. Unlike the fertilizer price or the price of the MSP, these have direct impacts on the budget. The petrol price would have an impact only if it triggers some major change in the tax system. Otherwise, the petrol, diesel, oil prices do not directly affect our budgeting. So it is not that there were days, maybe 10, 15 years ago, when there was a lot of subsidy on these commodities. At that time, a crude price assumption was inherent in the budget. Today, there is no inherent crude. The assumption we are making in the budget is only that there will be no subsidies on petrol and diesel.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने आप एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं, और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है, और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की धुरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने आप एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए
Well, we were all hoping it will go up to 10 lakhs. For example, the employees of Telangana, none of them will get any benefit from this because we pay them good salaries. None of the employees, central government employees, I think are benefited. Yes, few section of people will be getting benefited. I welcome the move, but it has to be more.
भारत का बजट भारत के सामान्य मानवी की आशा आकांक्षाओं को तो पूरा करने का प्रयास करेगा ही, लेकिन विश्व जो आशा की किरण देख रहा है वो और अधिक प्रकाशमान नजर आए।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने आप एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये
US Deputy Defense Secretary Dr. Kathleen Hicks met National Security Advisor Ajit Doval here and discussed priorities for the US-India bilateral defense partnership. The discussions included strengthening policy and operational coordination in the Indo-Pacific region and increasing defense industrial cooperation between the two countries. Indian Embassy said that the discussions held during the visit of NSA Ajit Doval will form the basis for intensifying Indo-US cooperation in cutting-edge sectors and are truly reflective of the maturity of a comprehensive and global strategic partnership.
Ma'am, my name is Mukesh and I work for Newsrise. Just wanted to know, is there a component of green bonds in the...
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की धुरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle-class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में
हम लोग बहुत खुश है कि इतना अच्छा बजट सामने में आया है।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेकविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी
The significant part of the budget was a repetition of the presidential address and the economic survey report. But I am a believer in a low tax regime, so any tax cuts is welcome because giving more money in the hands of the people, in my opinion, is the best way to do.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेकविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना
Mr. Fai, you are doing this for Pakistan. Mr. Fai, are you doing it on behalf of Pakistan, on behest of Pakistan? Mr. Fai, are you doing it for Pakistan?
Any tax at all. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income.
Big bonanza for the middle class. Tax rebate limit raised to 7 lakh rupees.
This is the first budget in Amrit Kal. This budget hopes to build on the foundation laid in the previous budget.
India at 100 in focus. Finance Minister says budget is a budget for Amrit Kal.
To provide a sharper focus to the objective of reaching the last mile, our government has formed the ministries of Ayush and Dairying, Skill Development, Jal Shakti and Cooperation.
Thought, clarity and action, a pro-people's budget with focus on 7 key areas.
For encouraging behavioral change, a green credit program will be notified under the Environment Protection Act. This will incentivize environmentally sustainable and responsive actions by companies, individuals and local bodies.
Massive focus on sustainable development, green growth among the 7 key focus points.
A one-time new small savings scheme, Mahila Samman Savings Patra or Savings Certificate, will be made available for a 2-year period up to March 2025.
Focus on financial empowerment of women, a one-time small savings scheme announced.
The significant part of the budget was a repetition of the presidential address and the economic survey report. But I am a believer in a low tax regime, so any tax cuts is welcome because giving more money in the hands of the people, in my opinion, is the best way to boost the economy.
Modi government's last full budget stumps. Vadra Congress leaders forced to praise the budget. welcome. You're watching this live broadcast from CII in the national capital, where all through this morning we have been getting you industry voices post-budget 2023. As experts say, it is an all-rounded budget that is focusing on very many areas, and most importantly, women empowerment, the expenditure on infrastructure and the multiplier effect it will have on employment is something that the Modi government must be lauded for. Now, while we get to you highlights and statements by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, we are right now focusing on the BJP strategy meet that is underway in New Delhi. The Central Election Commission of the BJP, which is meeting right now for the finalization of candidates for the upcoming assembly polls in Meghalaya and Nagaland, and the meeting will be chaired by JP Nadda in the presence of Prime Minister Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with Rajnath Singh. The meeting is held at the party headquarters in the national capital. Quickly cutting across to my colleague Piyush, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Piyush, firstly, details of what is being planned in this strategy meet, especially in connection with the elections in the Northeast, this on a day when the Modi government is being lauded for its budget.
Well, certainly, remember that the BJP is now holding its second CEC in a few days. Last time it held its CEC on 27th of January when it had decided on the Tripura elections, and this time the brainstorming is going on the remaining two northeastern states, Nagaland and Meghalaya. Right now, I'm reporting from BJP headquarters where BJP leaders have arrived. You can see the security is in place. Any minute from now, we can expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi also to reach here, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, along with BJP's National President JP Nadda and the top leaders of CEC. They have already arrived. Bhupendra Yadav is already there. A few leaders from Nagaland and Meghalaya, they have already reached. If you talk about three upcoming state assembly elections are going to take place in Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland. BJP has finalized its candidates on the Tripura seats. 60 seats are there on which the candidates have been finalized in its last CEC. And in this CEC, Central Election Committee meeting, BJP is going to decide upon the candidates in the state of Nagaland and Meghalaya. Remember that in Meghalaya, BJP has been busy in outreach program, reaching out to the big Christian leader, tribal leaders there, and also the civil society. In fact, last time when elections took place in Meghalaya, BJP was able to get 9.6%, which was indeed a big boost to the BJP support there in Nagaland, and BJP was able to get 2 seats there in Nagaland and was part of the government there in Nagaland. This time BJP has decided to go solo in Meghalaya and in alliance with NDPP in Nagaland. As far as Nagaland is concerned, BJP has already decided that it will be contesting on 20 seats and remaining 40 seats in Nagaland would be contested by NDPP. As far as Meghalaya is concerned, BJP has decided to go solo, and that is why the candidates would be discussed, and later on we can expect the list to be finalized. So this time, Central Election Committee meeting is taking place at BJP headquarters, focusing on the remaining two northeastern states, that is Meghalaya and Nagaland. Remember that BJP's top priority has been the development there in northeastern region after the assuming power in center. We also know as to how NEDA was formed, Northeastern Democratic Alliance, a counterpart to NDA, which is there already there in center. So right now we are at BJP headquarters. The route is in place, traffic route is in place. We can expect Prime Minister to reach any minute from now. Security has been heightened up. We'll have to wait and watch what are the names of candidates. Those are going to be finalized. But what we can tell to our viewers from our sources is that in the last few days, series of meetings have taken place discussing upon the names of probable candidates. And today, the final stamp would be given by the CEC. Leaders like V.S. Yadurappa, Dharmendra Yadav, JP Nadda, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, they have already reached. In few minutes from now, we can expect PM Modi also to reach here, and then he will also take part in BJP's biggest decision-making body, CEC.
Okay. All right, Piyush, for the moment, thank you so much for getting us that entire live reportage. We'll keep coming back to you through this evening as we'll keep our eyes focused on that big story. Also time for us to get you a quick check of our top international stories right now on the broadcast.
Thousands of people lined the streets of Kansas cheering as Pope Francis arrived in the city. It was a raucous welcome by Congolese who were grateful that the Pope had focused the world's attention on their plight. A New Mexico district attorney has filed involuntary charges against actor Alec Baldwin in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer on the set of the Western movie Rust. US Vice President Kamala Harris ceremonially swears in Jessica Davis as the new US ambassador at the White House to Qatar. United Nations top official on the human rights situation in Myanmar says that the people are under assault. He further adds that the international community hasn't done enough to help the people. The Omaha police have informed that they have fatally shot a man who entered a Target store with an AR-15 style rifle and plenty of ammunition. Police chief also say officers searched for victims. However, no casualty has been reported. Let's also get you more details of this big story that we are tracking and also the first images of a massive avalanche that hit Gulmarg a little earlier. In fact, even as we speak, we can tell you that the relief and rescue operations are underway. The last that we spoke to our colleague Arawat, who's reporting live on that story from Baramulla, he said that there are unfortunately 2 casualties that already have been reported. We are looking at those images on our screens, like I said, of a little while earlier today. Arawat, you're joining us live. Why don't you tell us what is the update? What do we know about the status of the relief and the rescue operations now?
Luckily, 22 persons have been rescued by the Baramulla police, and unfortunately, 2 persons that the 2 tourists have been lost their life in this avalanche in North Kashmir's Gulmarg area of Afarbat. And the rescue operation is right now underway in Mali and other places in the Gulmarg area right now. The 22 persons have been rescued so far in these operations. Right.
Okay, and is there any more word on the skiers who possibly are trapped? We are looking at some very, very dramatic images, Arawat, because I'm sure that this is a situation right now that is challenging, and you're looking at the administration that is out there trying to rescue as many people as possible in time.
Yeah, if we talk about the general administration or the police officials, all are on the present at the spot where the avalanche took place. And if we talk about SSP Baramulla, he is right now on the ground and taking place of and looking the situation and monitoring it very closely. And the ambulances have been pushed in the services, and they are shifting the rescue persons to the hospital, nearby hospital, for the treatment. There are some reports that the few others have also received some minor injuries, but they are stable and shifted to hospital. Some have been discharged from the hospital, and now they have been shifted to their homes. Right.
Okay. Arawat, you also stay safe. We'll keep connecting with you for more details on that big story. Republic getting you more details. And as Arawat mentioned, about 22 people already have been rescued. 2 unfortunately have lost their lives. And now to the story and the issue that Republic has been discussing all through the day today. The budget 2023 is out. What is the biggest headline? The budget has something for almost everyone. Remember, the government had the chance to be populist, considering that there are 9 state elections. There's that big Lok Sabha election 2024. But that clearly hasn't happened because the government there sticking with prudence, with fiscal consolidation. A lot of fiscal discipline is what the finance minister has stressed. The Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have called it the first budget of Amrit Kal, which will lay down the foundation for a developed India. On your screen, you're also looking at details that have come in of a major relief for the salaried people. Now, there, remember, has been a massive cut in that slab. It's been simplified, but also this is when you move to the new tax regime. So apart from the tax rebate, the Prime Minister has also stressed that the first budget of the Amrit Kal provides foundation to fulfill the resolve for a developed India. In his very first reaction to the budget that has been presented by the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister says it will fulfill dreams of the aspirational society, of the farmers and the middle class.
पहला बजट विकसित भारत के विराट संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए एक मजबूत नींव का निर्माण करेगा। ये बजट वंचितों को वरीयता देता है। ये बजट आज की एस्पिरेशनल सोसाइटी, गांव, गरीब, किसान, मध्यम वर्ग, सभी के सपनों को पूरा करेगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला जी और उनकी टीम को इस ऐतिहासिक बजट के लिए बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, परंपरागत रूप से अपने हाथ से औजारों और टूल्स से कड़ी मेहनत कर कुछ न कुछ सृजन करने वाले करोड़ों विश्वकर्मा इस देश के निर्माता है। लोहार, सुनार, कुम्हार, सुथार, मूर्तिकार, कारीगर, मिस्त्री, अनगिनत लोगों की बहुत बड़ी लंबी लिस्ट है। इन सभी विश्वकर्माओं की मेहनत और सृजन को देश इस बजट में पहली बार अनेक प्रोत्साहन योजना लेकर के आया है। ऐसे लोगों के लिए ट्रेनिंग, टेक्नोलॉजी, क्रेडिट और मार्केट सपोर्ट की व्यवस्था की गई है। पीएम विश्वकर्मा कौशल सम्मान यानी पीएम विकास करोड़ों विश्वकर्माओं के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव लाएगा। साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम। इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की धुरी बनाएगा। सरकार ने कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अन्न भंडारण योजना बनाई है, स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी। बजट में नए प्राइमरी कोऑपरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए एक महत्वाकांक्षी योजना का भी ऐलान हुआ है। इससे खेती के साथ साथ दूध और मछली उत्पादन के क्षेत्र का विस्तार होगा। किसानों, पशुपालकों और मछुआरों को अपने उत्पाद की बेहतर कीमत मिलेगी। साथियों, अब हमें डिजिटल पेमेंट्स की सफलता को एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में दोहराना है। इसलिए इस बजट में हम डिजिटल एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की एक बहुत बड़ी योजना लेकर आए हैं। आज दुनिया इंटरनेशनल मिलेट ईयर मना रही है। भारत में मिलेट्स के अनेक प्रकार हैं, अनेक नाम हैं। आज जब मिलेट्स घर घर में पहुंच रहा है, पूरी दुनिया में पॉपुलर हो रहा है, तो उसका सर्वाधिक लाभ भारत के छोटे किसानों के नसीब में है। और इसलिए आवश्यक है कि नए तरीके से उसको आगे ले जाया जाए। इसकी एक नई पहचान, विशेष पहचान आवश्यक है। इसलिए अब इस सुपर फूड को श्री अन्न की नई पहचान दी गई है। उसके प्रोत्साहन के लिए भी अनेकविध योजनाएं बनाई गई हैं। श्री अन्न को दी गई प्राथमिकता से देश के छोटे किसानों, हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन जो किसानी करते हैं, उनको आर्थिक संबल मिलेगा और देशवासियों को एक स्वस्थ जीवन मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के लिए ग्रीन ग्रोथ, ग्रीन इकोनॉमी, ग्रीन एनर्जी, ग्रीन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और ग्रीन जॉब्स को एक अभूतपूर्व विस्तार देगा। बजट में हमने टेक्नोलॉजी और न्यू इकोनॉमी पर बहुत अधिक बल दिया है। एस्पिरेशनल भारत आज रोड, रेल, मेट्रो, पोर्ट, वाटरवेज, हर क्षेत्र में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहता है। नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए। 2014 की तुलना में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश पर 400% से ज्यादा की वृद्धि की गई है। इस बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए का अभूतपूर्व इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत के विकास को नई ऊर्जा और तेज गति देगा। ये निवेश युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर पैदा करेगा। एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी को आय के नए अवसर उपलब्ध कराएगा। इस बजट में ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के साथ साथ हमारे उद्योगों के लिए क्रेडिट सपोर्ट और रिफॉर्म्स के अभियान को आगे बढ़ाया गया है।
विजन से बनी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को किस तरह से पैसेंजर्स ने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से एक्सेप्ट किया है कि वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन, वर्ल्ड क्लास एमिनिटीज। अब वंदे भारत ट्रेन का प्रोडक्शन बहुत तेजी से रैंप अप होगा और अब तक आईसीएफ चेन्नई में बनती थी, अब आईसीएफ चेन्नई के अलावा सोनीपत में, लातूर में, महाराष्ट्र के लातूर में, हरियाणा के सोनीपत में और उत्तर प्रदेश के रायबरेली में भी वंदे भारत ट्रेन का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोडक्शन चालू होगा।
इससे जो देश के कोने-कोने में देश के कोने-कोने को जोड़ने का प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विजन है वंदे भारत ट्रेन से, वो इस प्रोडक्शन के रैंप अप होने से पूरा होगा।
आत्मनिर्भर भारत की एक और मिसाल है हाइड्रोजन ट्रेन, जो कि ग्रीन ग्रोथ का जो आज आपने बजट में देखा थीम है, उसी थीम में इंक्लूडेड है। दिसंबर 2023 तक हाइड्रोजन ट्रेन बन के निकलेगी, जो कि पूरी तरह से भारत में डिजाइन, भारत में मैन्युफैक्चर। साथ ही साथ जितने हमारे हेरिटेज सर्किट्स हैं, उन सब में पहले हाइड्रोजन ट्रेन को चलाया जाएगा। जैसे कालका शिमला हेरिटेज सर्किट है, ऐसे सर्किट्स में पहले हाइड्रोजन ट्रेन को चलाया जाएगा और फिर बाद में उसको और ज्यादा विस्तृत किया जाएगा। ग्रीन ग्रोथ के दूसरे इनिशिएटिव में आपने देखा अभी तक करीब 85% से ज्यादा रेलवे नेटवर्क इलेक्ट्रीफाई हो चुका है। अब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी ग्रीन तरीके से आए, उसके लिए बड़े आकार में सोलर प्रोजेक्ट्स लगाए जाएंगे, अल्ट्रा मेगा सोलर प्लांट्स।
We are quickly heading into a break right now. On the other side, it's not just the budget that we'll keep our focus on, but also the BJP's big strategy meet that's underway in the national capital. We'll have more updates and live reportage on that when we come back.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle-class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन
is there, but today the world is moving towards greater use of Web3. And for that, if Industry 4.0 is coming up, employees also will pay more when you have people with adequate right kind of appropriate skills. We are spending that kind of money and bringing in that kind of training for people to be better paid. So government is pushing it from a different supply side readiness. Obviously that will have to be absorbed by the industry.
मैं आपने कौशल विकास योजना के 4.4 चरण की बात की, जिसके लिए 3 साल का समय दिया गया, उस पर हम बात करेंगे। लेकिन आम जनता जो सबसे स्ट्राइकिंग पॉइंट बजट में है वो आपका नया टैक्स रिजीम जिसका आपने ऐलान किया, उसके पीछे का रैशनल थोड़ा सा हमें समझाइए कि जब 2 रिजीम आपने पहले लॉन्च की, जिसमें एक में एग्जम्पशन बिल्कुल नहीं है, दूसरे में एग्जम्पशंस के साथ है, तो आप क्यों ये नई रिजीम को लेकर के मिडिल क्लास के लिए आए हैं?
कभी भी भारत के डायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन के ऊपर चर्चा जब होती है
जी
उसमें चर्चा 2 विषयों पर होती है कि टैक्स रेट को कम करो, दूसरा टैक्स को इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड ना बनाओ। इधर एक रेट कम हो रही है मगर दूसरे जगह पर सरचार्ज को इंक्रीज कर रही हो, तीसरे बोलते हो कि आप इंश्योरेंस लो फिर आपको एग्जेम्पशन देंगे। सो कॉम्प्लिकेशंस के कारण ओल्ड रिजीम अगर आपको बेनिफिशियल लगता है, आपको ही वो कॉम्प्लिकेटेड भी लगता है। इसीलिए ओल्ड रिजीम के बारे में बहुत सालों से बहुत सारे कमिटियों भी रिपोर्ट दिया कि उसको सिंप्लीफाई करो। और टैक्स इवेशन का और टैक्स अवॉइडेंस का एक मुख्य कारण ये होता है कि जब रेट ज्यादा रहते हैं लोग अन्य रास्ते ढूंढते हैं जिससे उससे बच पाएंगे। अगर रेट कम हो जाता है लोगों के मन में अच्छा ठीक है इतना ज्यादा नहीं पे करो। सो इन सब को मन में रखते हुए ही 2 साल पहले हमने सेकंड रेजिम टैक्स रेजिम ले आए जिसमें रेट कम था, मगर इस बार हम उसमें रेट भी कम किया, स्लैब्स पे बढ़ाया और हर एक का हर स्लैब का टैक्स रेट भी कम करवाया और उसमें आखिरकार सरचार्ज जिसके वजह से भारत में सबसे हाईएस्ट रेट ऑफ टैक्स रहते हैं उसको भी बड़ा सा हिस्से में हम
37 से 25 है, वो बहुत काफी रिडक्शन है जी।
जहां 43 तक चले जाता है रेट, अभी 39 के सीमा पर ही रहेगा। सो जितने भी सजेशंस था सिंप्लीफाई करो, रेट कम करो, कंप्लायंस को ज्यादा बढ़ावा दो, वो सब अभी इस न्यू सिस्टम में कर दिया और उसको डिफॉल्ट सिस्टम बना रहे हैं। मतलब आप जब फाइलिंग करने के लिए कंप्यूटर को ओपन करेंगे यही फॉर्म आपको पहले आएगा। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप कंपलसरी इसमें रहना है। अगर आपको ओल्ड सिस्टम में रहना चाहिए तो रहिए, मगर ध्यान से आप निर्णय करिए कि इसमें न्यूअर सिस्टम में इतना बेनिफिट के बावजूद भी आप कुछ कारणवश ओल्ड सिस्टम में रहना चाहते हैं तो रहिए। मतलब धीरे धीरे एग्जेम्पशन रेजिम से छोड़ करके हम नया रेजिम को लोगों को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए ये आज घोषणा हुई।
और अगर माँ कम मुझे फॉलो अप करने के लिए आप अलाउ करें तो मैम बहुत सारे लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि पिछले रेजिम में या ओल्ड रेजिम में जिसका आप कह रहे हैं कि अभी ऑप्शन है लॉन्ग टर्म की सेविंग के लिए लोगों के पास ऑप्शन होता था कि वो रिटायरमेंट के लिए वो पीपीएफ में, एनपीएस में या दूसरे एटीसी के एग्जेम्पशंस में जाएं जिससे कि उनके पास कुछ पैसा बचा रहे। लेकिन नई रेजिम में ये सारे एग्जेम्पशंस नहीं होंगे, तो आप क्यों मानते हैं कि ये ज़्यादा ल्यूक्रेटिव है? कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये लंबी अवधि के निवेश को उतना ज़्यादा प्रोत्साहन नहीं देगा।
आप इस सोच को ही बदलना है। जब रेट कम है और आपके हाथ में पैसा बचता है, आपके मर्जी जहां लगाना है।
ठीक।
ओल्ड रेजिम में रेट भी ज्यादा, आपको प्रोत्साहन भी दें, आखिर नेट आपको वही बचता है। इधर वो प्रिटेंशन नहीं है कि हम रेट ज्यादा रख करके मगर आपको एक आध एग्जेम्पशन दे करके हमें प्रोत्साहन भी दे रहे हैं मगर टैक्स भी ज्यादा कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। इधर रेजिम सिंपल है, उतना टैक्स ना पे करो, कम पे कर दो, बचा हुआ पैसा से आप फ्यूचर प्लानिंग करेंगे या तो बच्चे के ऊपर कुछ खर्च करेंगे, वो आपकी मर्जी। मैं ये मानती हूँ कि टैक्स पेयर को हम इतना कम आंकड़ा ना करें, उनको मालूम है उनके पैसा को कैसे उपयोग करना है।
Ma'am, the simplification of taxes has obviously going to increase the compliance, and it's also helped in the formalizing of the economy because a lot more people are, willing to participate. And you did mention a lot about that and about the formalization of the economy. The question is the informal sector. Is it merging into the formal sector on a natural course, or do you need to draw them in? Are you giving some incentives to them to try and formalize themselves?
Yes, we are trying to make sure that people get onto the formal because of the incentives that we are giving for digital payments also. And when people put their account more on the formalized routine, we are also, like for instance, one of the announcements that we made today for MSMEs and professionals is that if your 95% operations are all formal, inclusive of check, not really necessarily digital, but even if it is check-based, into a banking system kind of thing and not cash, we are still giving you a higher level of, showing your claims. So then there are ways in which, this is one example, but there are very many other examples through which we are promoting the informal sector to gain from formalizing. So if they are small MSMEs, they take this ECGLS loan, they want it, it gives them better unsecured credit, they can come in. Once they come in, they're formalized.
Right.
The 59-minute loan giving, which happened through the digital format where people could convey to the bank that they wanted, and formally in principle 59 minutes you get the loan, and after that without visit into the bank you still get the bank assistance. These are ways in which we are formalizing.
मैम, आज एक देश ने बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त तस्वीर देखी जब आप माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ मिलने गई, और दो महिला सशक्तिकरण का एक बहुत ही सर्वोत्कृष्ट उदाहरण जो कहेंगे आज के दिन में देश ने देखा है। बजट भी महिला सशक्तिकरण पे फोकस करता है, जिसकी प्रधानमंत्री ने बहुत तारीफ की। जब एसएचजीज के जरिए आप एक नया पैराडाइम शिफ्ट लाना चाहते हैं, एक नया कल्चर लाना चाहते हैं, और आपने कहा कि अमृत काल में ये एक बहुत बड़ा हथियार होगा आपके पास ग्रोथ को ड्राइव करने का, आपके मन में क्या है और कैसे एम्पावरमेंट आप करने जा रही हैं? वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के जरिए ग्रोथ को कैसे आप टैकल कर रहे हैं?
सिर्फ उदाहरण में रख रही हूँ, उदाहरण नहीं है, कंपैरिजन के लिए। स्टार्टअप के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 2016 में पॉलिसी ले आए, उसके बाद लगातार हर बजट में स्टार्टअप्स के लिए कुछ ना कुछ उनको फैसिलिटेशन करने के लिए किए। उसमें हमारी युवा, क्योंकि वो इतना इनोवेटिव है, स्टार्टअप्स लगातार बढ़ते आए नंबर में, आज 80,000 से ज़्यादा है, मगर उनमें से 100 से ज़्यादा ऑलरेडी यूनिकॉर्न्स बन चुके हैं। सो हमारे मन में अगर भारत देश में महिला हो पुरुष हो, उनको प्रोत्साहन सही समय पर पॉलिसी के तहत, उसमें डिस्क्रिशन नहीं है, उनको आपको कर रहे हैं इनको नहीं करेंगे ऐसे नहीं, पॉलिसी के तहत जब सपोर्ट करते हैं और उनको सही महीने पर जो चाहिए वो करना, ना कि दिल्ली में बैठ करके आपके मनमानी। इसी तरीके से हम जब एसएचजी महिला ग्रुप्स को बड़े संख्या पर क्लस्टर जैसे उनको यूनाइट करके उनको रॉ मटेरियल जो सप्लाई करना है अच्छे क्वालिटी का, समय पर, स्टैंडर्ड अफोर्डेबल सोर्सेस से, और उनको प्रोफेशनल तरीके से रन करने के लिए ये सब जब करते हैं और उनका मार्केटिंग वगैरह हम हेल्प करते हैं, हम मानते हैं कि जैसे स्टार्टअप में शॉर्ट पीरियड में इतना बड़ा सा रेवोल्यूशन हुआ, वैसे इधर भी महिला सशक्तिकरण होगा और उनके द्वारा देश का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और सर्विसेज में अच्छा उन्नति हम कर पाएंगे।
Ma'am, if we look at the agriculture sector, the Agriculture Accelerator Fund for agri startups in rural areas, is this part of the larger focus in terms of, there are millets, there's also the 20 lakh agri credit, or, does it stand out for youngsters to look at some opportunities that are different, and if they are interested in the agriculture sector? I mean, you've talked about 4.0 and things like that, which I know youngsters are interested in, but there may be some who, might be, not less so tech savvy. Where would they go? I mean,
but actually tech savvy or not tech savvy, both have equal opportunity when you're looking at the possibilities which can emerge from agriculture, fisheries, animal husbandry and so on, especially now even through the cooperation we are bringing in panchayat levels, storage capacities and a big scale. So in all this, technology plays a big role, and those who don't have technology or inclination for it can still be a part of this scheme of things, where they can find logistics, for instance, storage and the type of storage, value addition from the stored grains or the products, These are areas in which technology or no technology, immense possibility lies. And there is also a gap in that the possibility is got to be fixed in those areas where there is gap. Product is there, demand is there. If you only can bridge the gap through various different ways, supply networks, logistic networks, value addition to the grains, storage of the grains, preservation of grains, aggregating the grains which are produced, immense possibility. So that is where this accelerator fund will also come in.
मैम अगर अब हम बात करें मैम आपके वित्तीय अनुशासन की, जिसको हम फिस्कल कंसोलिडेशन कहते हैं, जब पूरी दुनिया में सरकारें अपनी जनता के लिए खर्च कर रही हैं, आप वित्तीय अनुशासन दिखा रही हैं। ये आपने 6.4 का जो वायदा किया था इस साल आपने स्टिक किया, अगली बार आप 5.9, उसके बाद ग्लाइडिंग पाथ जो आपने पहले तय किया था 2025-26 के लिए, उस पर भी आप स्टिक कर रही हैं। ये वित्तीय अनुशासन कैसे आ रहा है मैम, मतलब मैनेजमेंट कैसे हो पा रहा है, और फिर जो ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उसके लिए आपका क्या सिग्नल है इस बजट के जरिए या फिर इस फिस्कल कंसोलिडेशन के जरिए?
ये कैसे हो रहा है, इसीलिए मैं बार बार ये बात बोलती हूँ कि मैनेजमेंट ऑफ योर फाइनेंस, ये नहीं है कि बजट के समय आप इस डिपार्टमेंट को इतना दिए, उनके लिए इतना दिए और उनके लिए भी दे दिया, और रेवेन्यू रेसिंग में गैप्स है उसको फिलअप नहीं करते हो। दोनों तरफ जो रेवेन्यू गैप्स है उसको फिलअप करो, बंद करो, और एफिशिएंसी ले आओ। टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए आज हम ट्रेल कर सकते हैं कौन नहीं पे कर रहा, जो पे करने लायक उतने बारीकी से एक इनकम और रेवेन्यू बढ़ाने के लिए एफर्ट हो रही। दूसरी तरफ जब डिपार्टमेंट्स को खर्च करने के लिए पैसा देते हैं, क्या वो पूरे के पूरे उपयोग में आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही? एफिशिएंसी इन इफेक्टिव यूटिलाइजेशन, पैसा नीचे तक अगर नहीं पहुंचता, आपके मकसद जो है पैसा पहुंचने में डिमांड बढ़ेगी, इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ेगी, वो तो आप अचीव कर नहीं पाएंगे। इसीलिए मैं मानती हूं कि फिनांस मिनिस्ट्री का काम एकदम बजट प्रेजेंटेशन के ऊपर जितने ध्यान देना है उससे 3 गुना अधिक पूरे साल में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में, लूप होल प्लग करने में, इवेशन रोकने में, और जहां लूप होल्स को उपयोग करते हुए पैसा कहीं और जा रहा उसको रोकने में, एक्शन लेने में, और जहां बार बार गलतियां हो रही है उनको उनके ऊपर एक्शन लेके उनके संपत्ति को लेने में कोर्ट के द्वारा।
Everything we know might well be at risk. The time to act is now. We must all be champions for sustainability, for the earth.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेकविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने आप एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं, और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है, और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की धुरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle-class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह
programs, both of which are very successful. Much before this year's budget, during the discussions, many of the Northeast states said, please continue it, it's made a lot of difference for us. And we are anyway continuing it. So it's made a difference for the Northeast, and also many states other than the Northeast also have very clearly said, please continue, we are able to bring in some of the primary asset building for the states through this fund.
मैम, आपने अमृतकाल के बजट में जो 4 बड़े पिलर्स हमारे सामने रखे, उसमें महिला सशक्तिकरण पे आपने अपनी राय रखी। अब मैं जो दूसरी स्कीम है, आपकी बड़ी स्कीम पीएम विकास, उस पर आपकी राय जानना चाहता हूँ। वो पूरी स्कीम है क्या? और प्रधानमंत्री को अगर मैं कोट कर पाऊँ, उन्होंने कहा कि परंपरागत रूप से जो सृजन करने वाले विश्वकर्मा हैं, इस देश के निर्माता हैं, और सभी विश्वकर्माओं की मेहनत को पहली बार बजट में प्रोत्साहन देने का आपने शुरुआत की है। तो ये पीएम विकास है क्या? कैसे आप उसको मोबिलाइज करेंगी ग्रोथ पोटेंशियल के लिए? उसके लिए डिटेल्स अभी वर्कआउट करना बाकी है, मगर इससे विश्वकर्मा जब हम बोलते हैं, सिर्फ एक कम्युनिटी नहीं है, और कई राज्यों में उस नाम पर कोई कैस्ट है, सिर्फ वो नहीं है। देश में जैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी सटीक बोले कि हाथों से और हाथ में पकड़ा हुआ टूल्स से जो क्रिएटिव क्राफ्ट्स करते हैं, क्रिएटिव वर्क करते हैं, उन सब के लिए ये स्कीम के द्वारा प्रोत्साहन देंगे, जिससे युवा भी उस पीढ़ियों से वो कलाकार जो रहते हैं, उनको भी इससे बेनिफिट मिलेगा। डिटेल्स प्रोग्राम का हम जल्द से जल्द विवरण
Everything we know, everything we love, might well be at risk. The time for action is now. Together, we can be champions for the Earth.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम। इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है।
के द्वारा और उसी का एक हिस्सा है जिसमें आपने प्रधानमंत्री पीवीटीजी डेवलपमेंट मिशन, एक नया मिशन आप लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं ऐसे ट्राइबल एरियाज में जहां पर ऐसी बेसिक अमेनिटीज नहीं पहुंच पाई हैं। उसके लिए
पर्टिकुलरली पिछड़ा हुआ ट्राइबल,
जी जी जी,
पर्टिकुलरली वेरी वल्नरेबल ट्राइब, उन तक अगर उनमें से एक को दूसरे को मगर बाकी सबको नहीं मिला, ऐसे हालात ना हो, वो एकदम पिछड़ा हुआ ट्राइबल। सो फॉर देम एंटायर पॉपुलेशन उनको सब मिले, इसीलिए इतना 15,000 rupees
in next 3 years,
so that entire primitive tribe as a group will benefit.
एकलव्य मॉडल स्कूल भी उसने आपने कहा कि 38,000 टीचर्स इसमें करीब 3.5 लाख जी
टीचर्स का
रिक्रूटमेंट करेंगे।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की धुरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 6.
मिडिल क्लास को जिस तरीके से रियायत दी गई है, इतना समावेशी ये बजट है जो हाशिए पर खड़े लोगों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए बनाया गया है। और खास तौर पर जो मिडिल क्लास का जो एक बहुत बड़ा सेक्टर है, जो भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में एक बहुत बड़ा अपना योगदान देता है, उनको जिस तरीके से रियायतें दी गई हैं, 5 से 7 लाख पर्सनल टैक्स पे जिस तरीके की रिबेट दी गई है, सोशल एक्सपेंडिचर को जिस तरीके से और बढ़ाया गया है, लगभग 10% से बढ़ाया गया, तो यकीनन उससे निवेश भी हमारे देश में और ज़्यादा बढ़ने के प्रावधान है।
Everything we know, everything we love, might well be at risk. The time for action is now. Together, we can be champions. Champions for sustainability, for each other, for the earth.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विविध कदम
with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income.
The middle class tax rebate limit raised to 7 lakh rupees.
This is the first budget in Amrit Kal. This budget hopes to build on the foundation laid in the previous budget.
Clarity and thought. Clarity and action, a pro-people budget with focus on 7 key areas.
To provide a sharper focus to the objective of reaching the last mile, our government has formed the ministries of Ayush and Dairying, Skill Development, Jal Shakti and Cooperation.
Budget with the focus in 7 key areas: opportunities for citizens, growth and job creation, as well as strong, stable macroeconomic environment. Focus on the financial empowerment of women, a one-time small savings scheme announced.
A one-time new small savings scheme, Mahila Samman Savings Patra or Savings Certificate, will be made available for a 2-year period up to March 2025.
Well, it's the budget to empower women, a clear focus for the roadmap ahead for empowerment of women.
Significant part of the budget was a repetition of the presidential address and the economic survey report. But I am a believer in a low tax regime, so any tax cuts is welcome because giving more money in the hands of the people, in my opinion, is the best way to boost the economy.
Modi government's last full budget stumps Vadra. Congress leaders forced to praise the budget. Ladies and gentlemen, Nirmala Sitharaman, Union Finance Minister, sets the tone for the roadmap for 2024. This is the last full-fledged budget with a clear thought, a clear roadmap. And for the longest time, as the middle class has been wanting a rebate, and finally that has really come in. Not just that, key areas have been addressed, starting from infrastructure to healthcare. In this edition, we'll get you special guests, and also let's not forget that mega tax bonanza that has taken place, and what does that really mean for you? We'll break down that for you.
From infrastructure boost to strong and stable macroeconomic environment, the inclusive union budget presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is certainly a budget for Amrit Kal.
This is the first budget in Amrit Kal. This budget hopes to build on the foundation laid in the previous budget and the blueprint drawn for India at 100.
Taking forward the Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas approach, the budget adopted 7 priority areas.
The budget adopts the following 7 priorities. They complement each other and act as the Saptarishi guiding us through the Amrit Kal. Inclusive development, reaching the last mile, infrastructure and investment, unleashing the potential, green growth, youth power and financial sector.
Modi government's vision for Amrit Kal includes technology-driven and knowledge-based economy with strong public finances and robust financial sector.
For farmers, especially small and marginal farmers and other marginalized sections, the government is promoting cooperative-based economic development model. A new Ministry of Cooperation was formed with a mandate to realize the vision of Sahkar se Samriddhi. To realize this vision, the government has already initiated computerization of 63,000 primary agricultural credit societies with an investment of 2,516 crores.
From hike in capital expenditure by 33% for infrastructure development to attracting private investment, this budget fulfills aspirations for every sector.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the capital investment outlay is being increased steeply for the 3rd year in a row by 33% to 10 lakh crores, which would be which would be 3.3% of GDP. This will almost be 3 times the outlay made in 2019-20.
For the railways, the minister announced an outlay of 2.4 lakh crore, the highest in a decade.
The harmonized master list of infrastructure will be reviewed by an expert committee for recommending the classification and financing framework suitable for Amrit Kal. A capital outlay, I'm talking about railways now, sir, Honorable Speaker, railways, a capital outlay of 2.40 lakh crores has been provided for the railways.
With a focus on switching to green fuel, the government is also targeting 5 million tons of green hydrogen production by 2030.
Recently launched National Green Hydrogen Mission with an outlay of 19,700 crores will facilitate transition of the economy to low carbon intensity, reduce dependence on fossil fuel imports, and make the country assume technology and market leadership in this sunrise sector. Our target is to reach an annual production of 5 MMT by 2030.
With the theme of the world is one family, Finance Minister announced a steering people center agenda to address global challenges. From ease of doing business to youth power, Modi government set strong foundation of New India.
अमृत काल का ये पहला बजट विकसित भारत के विराट संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए एक मजबूत नींव का निर्माण करेगा। ये बजट वंचितों को वरीयता देता है। ये बजट आज की एस्पिरेशनल सोसाइटी, गांव, गरीब, किसान, मध्यम वर्ग सभी के सपनों को पूरा करेगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला जी
And we have with us the Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh, joining us live. Dr. Saab, thank you for talking with Republic. I hope you can hear me, sir. So the budget for 2023.
Yes, Ashwarya.
The Minister, the Finance Minister of India says, sir, that she has given to all the sections of the society the maximum that was possible. The Prime Minister comes out and says, कि जो सबका साथ सबका विकास की बात थी, that has been implemented. But the opposition seems to be still trying to find those gaps to hit at you and your government, sir. Mr. Singh.
No, absolutely, Ashwarya. As you said, the Prime Minister has very rightly mentioned, so also the Finance Minister. It is a very inclusive budget, a very wholesome budget. It addresses the aspirations of every section of society, as was very rightly put by Prime Minister Modi. I don't think there is any section of society which would have a complaint to this. It has in its focus areas both. On the one hand, it has the women, the youth, the Vishwakarma skilled workers. On the other hand, it has futuristic areas like green growth and green hydrogen mission. So I would say in the last 8 or 9 years, Prime Minister Modi has very painstakingly built the foundations of this nation and the foundations of India's economy. And the budget today is going to extend these foundations for deciding the face of India as it is going to be in the years to come on during the Amrit Kaal. So it is a budget which includes all the existing aspirations, which addresses at the same time also very thoughtfully keeps in mind the future considerations, the indices as they would appear. And therefore, and now as far as the opposition is concerned, of course, we don't expect, neither me nor you, that the congressman will come here and hail the budget which has been presented by the BJP government. If that was so, then what would be the fun of having a 9 o'clock debate? But I don't think that's to be taken seriously. But yes, if you ask an impartial commentator, particularly in the aftermath of COVID, when some of the most so-called developed countries of the world are finding it difficult to handle their respective economies, India is being looked upon, India under Modi is being looked upon as a bright spot. And I would rather say that world today is ready to be led by India under Modi. They are ready to pick up cues from the manner in which India under Modi handles its economy, handles its crisis, and comes out with path-breaking measures to meet any kind of eventuality. So in this budget also you see the huge range there, as the Finance Minister appropriately described the Saptarishi, the 7 priorities.
No, but Dr. Singh, the whole Saptarishi 7 priorities of this budget 2023, Dr. Singh, the whole Amrit Kal point, the point of inclusive development, the point reaching the last mile, which the BJP has been saying, Antyodaya and everything. But the opposition says, look, all of this is once again only on the paper. It will only impact once you are able to implement this. They say that the implementation of what this government has been saying, or in their words, promising, that is where it all matters. And you are in the election year. You know, whatever announcement, whatever promises are being made, Dr. Singh, the implementation is the part where you and your government will be checked and cross-checked by the opposition. Not once, several times prior to 24, sir. You yourself are aware. 9 states go to election. Dr. Singh.
Sir, absolutely, Aishwarya. I'd like to respond to that in 2 parts. A, that we live in an evidence-based era. Whether India under Modi has successfully implemented what it has said, whether India under Modi has walked the talk, whether India under Modi has vindicated its declaration, is evident from the fact that today India in the Global Innovation Index has jumped 40 ranks higher, from 81 during UPA to 40. This I am not saying, Congress not saying, BJP not saying, the entire world is saying. Secondly, in the startup ecosystem, the world parameters are now declaring India as standing number 3 in the world. Now look here, before 2014 we just had about 350 or 400 startups in India. Today we have more than 80,000, we have more than 100 unicorns. The whole infrastructure push that we see even today, 33-34% rise in the allocations, 2.4 lakh crore alone in the railway sector. This is going to generate huge lot of revenue, not only revenue, also job creation. Job creation does not mean salaried jobs alone or a 10 to 4 office job. Though this is going to create multiple avenues of employment, livelihood, which are going to be much more lucrative and attractive at times compared to the salaried office job. So maybe either, of course, I would not take Congress seriously because they are mandated to criticize us. But as I said, if you talk to any impartial commentator,
Dr.
the second part what I was saying is
Dr.
the election part.
You are saying you don't take Congress seriously, but politically speaking, even you have started. But Dr. Saab, even you have stopped saying Congress Mukt Bharat. Please do so.
That's absolutely fine. That the Congress Mukt Bharat is getting Mukt of Congress. We see, I'll tell you, we are not looking at elections. If you look back at the 8-9 years, this has been a 9th budget, or maybe one also. There was also vote of account presented by this government of 2014. Never a budget has been determined by Prime Minister Modi looking at the next election. Now reaching last mile, we have tried to fill in the gaps which were left unfulfilled by the earlier governments. We have not. Now, for example, in today's budget itself, when Nirmala Sitharaman was reading out, I'll just read out 2 or 3 sentences of her which will bear out what I'm saying. This budget, we have provided 11.7 crore household toilets, 9.6 crore LPG cylinders. Did we ask which is the caste, which is the creed, which is the religion? Did we ask, did this family vote for BJP last time? Did we say, now next time you vote for BJP? No. Prime Minister Modi has in fact tried to change the political culture in this country, try to change the work style in the culture. We reach out to the last man, we reach out to the one who requires us, we fill in what is required where, and then leave it to the discretion of the people. And people themselves then make up their mind in support of Prime Minister Modi. So it's not a vote-centric budget. It is a citizen-centric budget. It's an aspiration-centric budget. It's a society-centric budget.
No, but you say that it's a society-centric budget. The opposition says that the allocation of major schemes, which is the development of pharmaceutical industry, Jal Jeevan Mission, Eklavya model, that is the residential schools, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana scheme for the faster adoption and manufacturing of the EVs. And then the Northeast Special Infrastructure Development Scheme, Dr. Singh, about which you are specially aware because you also take care of the Northeast, sir. The opposition says that not even half of the promises have been fulfilled on ground, not on paper, Dr. Singh. So they say that all these promises in the budget today, will the government be able to fulfill when they have not been able to cover up the last promises, Dr. Singh?
No. No, when they say so, it is so laughable. As I said, we live in an evidence-based era. What I say does not matter unless it carries the evidence with it. Now it is for anybody to go and see what is it Northeast today. You have to see to believe it. Earlier on in 2014, for example, I'll just give you a small example. The biggest demand, one of the major demands in Guwahati was that increase the number of chopper flights to Shillong because the tourist rush was not able to be accommodated. Today, you have choppers, but tourists is preferring to drive by road because it's such a picturesque journey. You have a network of roads. Virtually every state capital in Northeast is today connected with Delhi by a rail link. The farthermost state of Arunachal Pradesh, unfortunately, ironically, had been abandoned by UPA for 60, 70 years. It did not have a rail track. People had never seen a train in their life. Today, Prime Minister Modi himself flagged off that train, the Arunachal Express from Itanagar to Delhi. Every state capital has an airport, whereas you didn't have an airport in Arunachal Pradesh. You didn't have a proper airport in Shillong. You didn't have a proper airport in Sikkim. Sikkim airport also came up. So, and at the psychological level, Prime Minister Modi, even in his first term, from 2014 to 2019, traveled to Northeast nearly 50 times to build up their confidence. The result of this is that we have seen times, you have seen times, when the children of Northeast were hesitant to come to Delhi because they felt embarrassed or they felt awkward. Today, in aviation industry, in hotel industry, it's flooded with the Northeast youth. So it is to be seen. The evidence is there around, regardless of what the congressman say or an opposition leader says. That's why I said, if you ask anybody, Northeast in fact is now being cited as a development model under Prime Minister Modi.
No, but you say, and now when I talk about the reaching the last mile part, Antyodaya, which has been BJP's point, Dr. Singh, the Pradhan Mantri PVTG, that is the development mission to be launched. I'm talking about infrastructure and investment also, sir. You have increased capital investment outlay by 33.4% to 10 lakh crores. Continuation of 50-year interest-free loan to state governments to incentivize infrastructure investment. But the same state government say that you are not doing enough. The same state government says that you say something, you do something else. What do? You are continuing of the 50-year interest-free loan to the state governments to incentivize their infrastructure investment, but they say it's not enough. Dr. Singh.
Yeah, absolutely. Aishwarya, the answer lies in your question itself. See, rather they should appreciate that as Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi has given highest regard to the concept and spirit of cooperative federalism, which was not available to him when he was Chief Minister and the centre was being ruled by UPA. It was an absolute non-cooperative milieu created around him. Today, as you rightly mentioned, the 50% interest-free loan to states, 3.5% of physical deficit allowed for the states. All this is being done for the benefit of states, and the states still refuse to say so, and that is only a handful of 2 or 3 states which are ruled by the opposition parties. But as I said, any impartial commentator, any non-partisan analyst would bear out what I am saying.
No, but one last question before I let you go, sir. Politically speaking, last again, because whatever you may say, whatever the graphs may say, at the end of the day, it's on the implementation, it's on what the people of this country see through. You are in the election here, Dr. Singh. Every decision is going to be looked with a microscope. With a microscope, and like how? Every decision, every statement, every scheme you are unable to implement, halfly implement, partially implement, is going to be looked into by the opposition, like how? You've seen in Himachal Pradesh, Congress has been able to defeat it. So all of these big promises in this massive budget for 23-24, you feel your government will be able to fulfill and implement that from the point go to the end, Dr. Singh?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't have to retreat it because the last 8-9 years the record has borne out that Prime Minister Modi has launched projects which have been time bound, which have been timeline. If he lays the foundation stone of Baba Ambedkar this memorial or the institution, he also does the inauguration with his own hands within their given timeline. So that is not the case. It's not that we just say and forget. And this government has functioned under very strict scrutiny all these years. And people we have earned the trust because of the fact that the people understand, people know that if Prime Minister Modi is saying something, they have to trust him because he does what he says. He has the capacity to do that. He has the capacity to take out-of-box decisions. And that is why if he asks you to clap, people come out to clap during the COVID times. If he asks you to shut down yourself in a civilian lockdown, people do that. So he has gained that trust because he has walked the talk. If he had been not doing so, he would not have commanded that massive trust that he commands across the country, north, west, east, south, even northeast. I think it's a huge asset having someone like him as the head of the government who has the capacity to bind this heterogeneous society in a single cord. And that has happened after several long years of hard work, sincere dedication and a focused approach. If we were saying and not doing, if we were announcing and not implementing, if we were laying foundation stone and not building the construction, people would not have trusted us.
Absolutely, Dr. Singh, and I'm not even touching the tax slabs part. So I think more or less in this budget, the finance minister has looked, as you said, the Saptarishi 7 priorities have been looked into. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, the Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, talking with the Republic. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Aishwarya.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle-class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेकविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की दूरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime.
Has today's budget silenced all critics? Is there anything to criticize in Budget 2023? Was the final full budget the perfect budget? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
All right, as we continue to get you different voices on how the budget is being seen across the board, joining us Ashwin Sapra, who heads the pharma practice, I believe, at Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Very good evening, Mr. Sapra. And your thoughts on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman giving a be-all and please-all budget, I believe. That's what the sense we are getting. According to you, from where your vantage, how does it look?
Thank you for having me on your show today. I think from a healthcare perspective, the past two budgets were focused on developing healthcare infrastructure. This budget is focused on developing infrastructure in terms of intellectual capital and intellectual property. The reason I use both these terms is because one focus is on more research and development in the pharma sector, more collaboration between the public-run labs, which is the ICMR labs, and the private sector that it's envisaged. That is going to result in I'm hopeful, in the creation of a lot more blockbuster drugs. Look at what we've done in terms of developing the first intranasal COVID vaccine recently, which was approved. So I think that's a very good positive sign. The second aspect is development of the intellectual the intellectual capital and manpower. I think with the setting up of the new nursing institutes, I think that is going to really help in plugging the gaps in terms of manpower required at all the healthcare establishments. So that's a very welcome move by the government.
So it was not there in the budget speech that was delivered by the finance minister, but Mr. Sapra, could you find something in the finer print that subsequently came about how the government intends to tackle this China plus one strategy of the world community when it comes to shifting the global supplies out of China and possibly into India, pharma being an important aspect of India's export architecture, so to say. Are you getting to understand something from the finer print as to whether the government has given some SOPs to healthcare, specifically to pharma, when it comes to competing with the Chinese?
So that was my next point. Thus far, that is a slight gripe which I have. I feel that it's not there. Maybe it's there in the super fine print. But I think there is, from what the industry reaction that I'm getting, in terms of incentives for domestic manufacturing, which would then help us move from China back into India in terms of our API manufacturing. I couldn't see much. It wasn't really, it didn't find any mention in the Honorable Finance Minister's speech. But that said, there is an increase in some financial outlay from about 100 crores to 101,250 crores. Maybe that will find its way into some of the incentive schemes. Maybe there is a super fine print. I think as we dissect the budget deeper, it may come out. But I didn't see any of that. So that is one gripe which I have.
Okay, and my next question would be, the budget specifically talks about partnerships between the government-led ICMR and private sector in terms of research on, healthcare, specifically in the backdrop of the pandemic, the situation we are seeing on viruses, for example. So you think that's a plus with the government collaborating with the private sector or making its facilities available to the private sector for this kind of cutting-edge research in biosciences?
Absolutely. I think, look, we have the intellectual capital in our country. We've got the best research scientists. A lot of our government laboratories are also very well equipped, if I may say so. Definitely, I think if this opens up, there are plenty of opportunities for a lot of public-private partnerships. It's a very positive outlook. It has its pluses and minuses. How it is going to translate into how the logistics of it, that's a separate issue. But yes, as a point of principle, it is definitely a very positive move.
All right. Also, one bit with you as a lawyer, you might not have liked is that the finance minister announced that 39,000 compliances have been removed and about 4,000 laws taken away. So I think that leaves you with less of work.
Well, a lawyer's job is never, a lawyer's never short of jobs, let me put it that way. But I think this is on a larger policy issue. And I think the policy today, the law that governs our sector, the pharmaceutical sector, is the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, which is a pre-independence legislation.
Yeah.
We are now, in a situation where that law really doesn't cover all of today's issues that are there. So I think there has to be a radical policy shift.
Right.
And I know that I know that there is a law in the making, but I think it has to be a balanced law.
Right.
Whether some compliances have to be taken out, and that has to be balanced with additional compliance. Again, it has to be a balanced document, which should come out with a lot of discourse with the industry.
All right. A balanced document according to Ashwin Sapra partner Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas in their pharma and healthcare practice. Thank you so much for joining us. On that note, we'll take a short break.
Thank you so much.
Well, I've already addressed this, I think. We want to make the new tax regime, which is without exemptions, attractive enough for people to think that this will be the best option for them because it gives them better rates. It doesn't also make the compliance a burdensome exercise. If rates are so low, you're going to benefit net by paying lesser tax. Even those exemptions that you would have otherwise gained from would have resulted in probably net amount being the same. So we made this a lot more attractive. But if there are people who still think that being in the exemption regime, which is the old regime, benefits them, they're welcome to continue where they want. But yes, the ultimate interest is to make the simpler regime more attractive. And that is why we've come up with this.
Hi. Yesterday in the press conference, we answered this question, and we also had a slide up there in the presentation we made yesterday that private capital investment has been improving every year in the last 3 years. For example, in the first half of 2021, based on quarterly earnings reports filed by listed companies, the capital expenditure was 2.1 lakh crores, which increased to 2.4 lakh crores in 21-22 in the first half, April to September. And 22-23, it has gone up to 3.3 lakh crores. And then you look at the RBI survey on capacity utilization and investment spending plans of the respondents. There is a very clear sign that many private sector companies are looking to enhance their capital expenditure. So both in terms of intent and in terms of actual spend, private capital investment is showing very clear signs of revival. Thank you.
Has Budget 2023 paved the road for 2024? Has Budget 2023 neutralized the opposition narrative? Is the opposition at loss on issues after Budget 2023? Arnab debates at 10 p.m.
The significant part of the budget was a repetition of the presidential address and the economic survey report. But I am a believer in a low tax regime, so any tax cuts is welcome because giving more money in the hands of the people, in my opinion, is the best way to boost the economy. But I need to look at the details before I can make an educated comment about it.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने आप एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की धुरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is,
वंचितों को वरीयता देता है। ये बजट आज की एस्पिरेशनल सोसाइटी, गांव, गरीब, किसान, मध्यम वर्ग, सभी के सपनों को पूरा करेगा। ऐसे लोगों के लिए ट्रेनिंग, टेक्नोलॉजी, क्रेडिट और मार्केट सपोर्ट की व्यवस्था की गई है। पीएम विश्वकर्मा कौशल सम्मान यानी पीएम विकास करोड़ों विश्वकर्माओं के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव लाएगा। महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने आप एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। सरकार ने कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अन्न भंडारण योजना बनाई है, स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी। बजट में नए प्राइमरी कोऑपरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए एक महत्वाकांक्षी योजना का भी ऐलान हुआ है। तो बहुत तेजी से बदलते भारत में मध्यम वर्ग, विकास हो या व्यवस्था हो, साहस हो या संकल्प लेने का सामर्थ्य हो, जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में आज भारत का मध्यम वर्ग एक प्रमुख धारा बना हुआ है। साथियों, ये बजट सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के लिए ग्रीन ग्रोथ, ग्रीन इकोनॉमी, ग्रीन एनर्जी, ग्रीन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और ग्रीन जॉब्स को एक अभूतपूर्व विस्तार देगा। बजट में हमने टेक्नोलॉजी और न्यू इकोनॉमी पर बहुत अधिक बल दिया है। एस्पिरेशनल भारत आज रोड, रेल, मेट्रो, पोर्ट, वाटरवेज हर क्षेत्र में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहता है। 2014 की तुलना में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश पर 400% से ज्यादा की वृद्धि की गई है। इस बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए का अभूतपूर्व इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत के विकास को नई ऊर्जा और तेज गति देगा।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेंडिंग करना ये अप्रत्याशित है, अनप्रेसिडेंटेड है और मुझे लगता है अब उससे भी आगे हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं और कुल मिलाकर हम राज्यों को भी जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेंडिंग के लिए केंद्र से पैसा देते हैं उसका विचार करें तो 4% से ऊपर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेंडिंग बढ़ रहा है। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि देश के लिए बहुत ही बड़ी बात है।
Everything we know, everything we love, might well be at risk. The time to act is now. We must all be champions. Champions for sustainability, for each other, for the earth.
आपके कहने पर इस बार टाटा 1mg से दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर की थी। ऐप पे आज की ही डिलीवरी बता रहा है, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी तो होगा नहीं, क्यों?
अरे यार, अजीब टाइप के नेगेटिव इंसान हो। मैं लिख के देता हूँ, दवाइयों की डिलीवरी बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो जाएगी। जी आ गया जी।
हाँ जी, भरोसेमंद है जी।
टाटा 1mg आप भी डाउनलोड कर लें जी।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं,
The outlay for capital expenditure in the union budget is once again being stepped up sharply by 35.4% from 5.54 lakh crore in the current year to 7.50 lakh crores in 22-23. Honorable Speaker, sir, the capital investment outlay is being increased steeply for the third year in a row by 33% to 10 lakh crores, which would be would be 3.3% of GDP. This will almost be 3 times the outlay made in 2019-20.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपके कहने पर इस बार टाटा 1mg दवाई ऑर्डर की थी। ऐप पे आज की ही डिलीवरी बता रहा है, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी तो होगा नहीं, क्यों?
अरे यार, अजीब टाइप के नेगेटिव इंसान हो। मैं लिख के देता हूँ, दवाइयों की डिलीवरी बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो जाएगी। जी आ गया जी। पटेल जी। हाँ जी, भरोसेमंद है जी। टाटा 1mg आप भी डाउनलोड कर लें जी।
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं, और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है, और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की दूरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income.
A very historic budget, comprehensive, all-encompassing, from farmers to women entrepreneurs, to fishermen, to tribal, to digital, whatnot. An exemption to the middle class in a very big way, from rubber planters to sugarcane growers to cooperative to skilling. As I said, and above all, the exalted, respectable name given to Shri Anna, Ragi, Bajra, Jawar. That is the true vision of the Prime Minister. My greetings, respect to him. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is what this budget speaks for. After all, if there's so much of
आपके कहने पर इस बार टाटा 1mg दवाई ऑर्डर की थी। ऐप पे आज की ही डिलीवरी बता रहा है, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी तो होगा नहीं, क्यों?
अरे यार, अजीब टाइप के नेगेटिव इंसान हो। मैं लिख के देता हूँ, दवाइयों की डिलीवरी बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो जाएगी। जी आ गया जी। पटेल जी। हाँ जी, भरोसेमंद है जी। टाटा 1mg आप भी डाउनलोड कर लें जी।
Everything we know is at risk. The time to act is now. We must all be champions. Champions for the earth.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए
कि भाई ये जो 7 पॉइंट हैं ये तो पहले भी होते थे, चाहे आप इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट की बात करें, रीचिंग द लास्ट माइल, अंत्योदय की बात करें, यूथ पावर, फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, ग्रीन ग्रोथ, अनलीशिंग द पोटेंशियल, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट। और जो अमृत काल के नाम पे वो कह रहे हैं कि सरकार भूमिका बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है, लेकिन क्या इस सबको इंप्लीमेंट भी कर पाएगी? स्मृति ईरानी जी।
करोड़ से ज़्यादा परिवार को जीवन में पहली बार टॉयलेट नसीब हुआ। अगर आप औसत एक परिवार में 4 मेंबर्स की संख्या पकड़ें तो इसका मतलब 40 करोड़ से ज़्यादा नागरिकों को जीवन में पहली बार इंडिविजुअल हाउस होल्ड टॉयलेट तब नसीब हुआ जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार आई। ये तो पहले भी कांग्रेस पार्टी कहती आई है कि हम गरीबों के लिए इंदिरा आवास बना रहे हैं, लेकिन ये भी सत्य है कि पहली बार 3 करोड़ से ज़्यादा गरीबों के लिए मकान मोदी सरकार ने बनाए। ये तो पहले भी कांग्रेस पार्टी कह चुकी है कि हम पानी दे रहे हैं, लेकिन ये भी सत्य है कि पहली बार 11 करोड़ से ज़्यादा नागरिकों के घर तक नलके का कनेक्शन अगर किसी ने पहुंचाया तो मोदी सरकार ने पहुंचाया। पहले भी कांग्रेस पार्टी कहती आई है कि हम शिक्षा में बहुत सारे काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन 30 साल के अंतराल के बाद पहली बार एक नई शिक्षा नीति आती है जो जेंडर इंक्लूजन फंड की बात करती है, जो राष्ट्र के इतिहास में पहली बार होता है। तो आज जिस प्रकार की टिप्पणी कांग्रेस के नेता अथवा विपक्ष के नेता कर रहे हैं, उसमें एक बात साफ झलकती है कि उनकी करनी और कथनी में कितना फर्क था वो मोदी सरकार की उपलब्धियों से सांकेतिक है। क्योंकि आज जब बजट प्रस्तुत किया वित्त मंत्री जी ने, तो उन्होंने जीवन के नागरिक के हर आयाम को छुआ। लोगों का ध्यान शायद टैक्स एग्जेम्पशन तक आकृष्ट रह गया होगा, कुछ लोगों ने एग्रीकल्चरल क्रेडिट की चर्चा शायद की होगी, बहुत लोगों के बीच में इस बात की खुशी है कि महिला के सम्मान में एक नई सेविंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट हमारे देश में स्थापित होने वाली है। बहुत लोग इस बात से खुश हैं कि जो हमारे वरिष्ठ नागरिक हैं उनकी सेविंग्स में इजाफा हो, इसका प्रावधान निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने किया है। मैं स्वयं इस बात की अभिलाषी थी कि कैपिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जो कैपिटल एसेट्स हैं, उसको बढ़ाने के लिए क्या प्रावधान होगा। 33% की वृद्धि उसमें हुई। ग्रीन एनर्जी की बात अगर कहें तो कांग्रेस पार्टी तो इकोलॉजी के बारे में कई बार भाषण देने का आपके सम्मुख अथवा किसी और मीडिया के मित्र के सम्मुख दावा कर सकती है, लेकिन इस सत्य को नकार नहीं सकती कि विश्व का सबसे बड़ा हाइड्रोजन मिशन हिंदुस्तान ने तब प्रस्तुत किया जब नरेंद्र मोदी देश के प्रधान सेवक बने।
स्मृति जी, आपने अभी बात किया, you just spoke about the increased capital investment outlay by 33.4%, which has been taken to 10 lakh crore. लेकिन जो continuation है of 50-year interest-free loan to state governments to incentivize infrastructure investment, सरकार कहती है कि हम 50 साल के ये जो interest-free loan है state governments को हम चालू रख रहे हैं। State governments कहते हैं जो है आप उसी को नहीं कर रहे। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट पे ही आरोप लगाती आई और कई ऐसे स्टेट्स है, ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ वेस्ट बंगाल है, तेलंगाना आ जाता है, हमने देखा है कई और स्टेट्स आ जाते हैं। वो कहते हैं कि भाई सरकार लिखने के लिए तो लिख देती है कि कंटिन्यूएशन ऑफ द 50-year इंटरेस्ट फ्री लोन, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उसमें कोई ना कोई अड़ंगा लगा के वो कभी ट्रांसफर नहीं होता। स्मृति जी,
देखिए ऐश्वर्या जी, आपने जिन राज्यों का उल्लेख किया वो दोनों राज्य जो हैं विपक्ष की राजनीतिक दलों के द्वारा चलाए जा रहे हैं। आज अगर वित्त मंत्री जी मान लीजिए बात करती हैं फॉर्मलाइजेशन ऑफ मेनी जॉब्स इन द इकोनॉमी और बात करती हैं ईपीएफओ की मेंबरशिप की जो डबल होकर 27 करोड़ तक पहुंच गई है, क्या इसमें पश्चिम बंगाल और तेलंगाना के नागरिक सम्मिलित नहीं हैं? तो मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं आज अगर पश्चिम बंगाल की बात करें, तेलंगाना की बात करें, तो भारत सरकार के वो कौन कौन से कार्यक्रम हैं जो भारत सरकार उनकी व्यवस्था कर रही है, जिसको ना तेलंगाना सरकार नकार सकती है ना उसको पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार नकार सकती है। मात्र दो बहुत ही साधारण उदाहरण आपको देती हूँ। आज वित्त मंत्री जी ने कहा कि एक बार फिर गरीब के संरक्षण के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने ये आदेश दिया है कि 80 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों को मुफ्त का राशन मिलेगा पूरा साल। 2 लाख करोड़ का व्यय होगा, खर्चा होगा, जिसको भारत सरकार खर्चा करेगी, किसी भी राज्य की सरकार से उससे वो वसूला नहीं जाएगा। क्या ये सुविधा बंगाल के नागरिक और तेलंगाना के नागरिक को नहीं जा रहे? इसको तो ये दोनों मुख्यमंत्री या दोनों राजनीतिक दल नकार नहीं सकते। दूसरी बात, अगर आप कोविड की परिस्थिति में देखते तो देश में 220 करोड़ जो वैक्सीन की डोज है मुफ्त मुहैया कराई गई हर नागरिक को, जिसमें पश्चिम बंगाल और तेलंगाना के भी नागरिक सम्मिलित हैं। उसमें किसी प्रकार का भेदभाव या कोई भी अंतर नहीं किया गया। एक बार फिर वो पूरा का पूरा बोझ खर्चे का भारत सरकार ने जब उठाया, तो इसको क्या तेलंगाना की सरकार या पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार नकार सकती है? हमें ऐश्वर्या जी इस बात को याद रखना होगा, कोविड की भीषण परिस्थिति की वजह से विश्व भर में कई इकोनॉमीज हैं जिन्होंने घुटने टेक दिए, और ऐसे माहौल में जहां पर यूक्रेन और रशिया का आप विवाद देख रहे हैं, लड़ाई देख रहे हैं, ऐसी परिस्थितियों से उभारते हुए हिंदुस्तान को न सिर्फ 5वीं पायदान पर ले जाना, लेकिन साथ ही हर हिंदुस्तानी को अनाज मुहैया कराना, मुफ्त की वैक्सीन मुहैया कराना, साथ ही बजट में 33% इंक्रीज कैपिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने के लिए देना, ये कोई सरल बात नहीं है। तो फिस्कल पॉलिसी, मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी के साथ साथ ह्यूमेन एस्पेक्ट ऑफ गवर्नेंस को इस बजट ने प्रस्तुत किया है।
तो ह्यूमेन एस्पेक्ट में भी टैक्स स्लैब्स पे आपसे बात करूंगा, लेकिन अगर मैं एलोकेशन ऑफ स्पेसिफिक मिनिस्ट्रीज की बात करूं तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस इज नाउ 5.94 करोड़, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड एंड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन इज 2.70 करोड़, Ministry of Railways is 2.41, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution is 2.06, Home Affairs is 1.96, Chemicals and Fertilizers 1.78. But once again, because the allegations, ये जिस तरह के आरोप, अगर मैं बात करूं दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल की, वो कहते हैं मतलब वेरी मायोपिक, जैसे कि दिल्ली के लिए कुछ नहीं है जी। वो कहते हैं कि दिल्ली वालों ने 1.75 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा का इनकम टैक्स दिया, लेकिन दिल्ली के विकास के लिए सिर्फ 325 करोड़ दिएगा, ये तो गलत बात है जी। देन तेजस्वी यादव फ्रॉम बिहार कम्स अप, स्मृति ईरानी जी, वो कहते हैं देखो सरकार ने किसानों की आय दुगनी करने का वादा किया था, लेकिन किसानों को नहीं दिया, कुछ नहीं दिया। देन वहां से बंगाल, पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री खड़ी हो जाती है ममता बनर्जी, वो कहती हैं देखो बंगाल के लिए क्या है। तो दिस मायोपिक व्यू, ये संकीर्ण मानसिकता रखने से देश कैसे आगे चले?
देखिए, देश का बजट है, ना केजरीवाल जी का बजट है, ना तेजस्वी जी का बजट है, ना ममता जी का बजट है। और इसीलिए जो आप मायोपिया की बात कर रहे हैं वो उनका पॉलिटिकल कंपल्शन है। कहीं ना कहीं अगर राष्ट्रीयता का भाव उनमें होता तो क्या अलगाववाद के सुर और समाज को तोड़ने के सुर ऐसे नेताओं के मुख से प्रस्फुटित होते? तो देश का बजट है, देश के नागरिक के लिए है, देश के उत्थान की मनोकामना के साथ है और नव भारत के निर्माण के संकल्प के साथ है। और इस संकल्प में आपने बजटरी एलोकेशन मंत्रालयवार गिनाए। हाँ, मुझे तो बहुत ही इस बात का गर्व है कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस का हाईएस्ट एवर एलोकेशन जो हुआ है वो इस बजट में हुआ है। लेकिन ऐश्वर्या जी, एक तरफ हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की एलोकेशन की 33% जिसमें इजाफा हुआ उसकी बात कर रहे हैं, डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री के हाईएस्ट एलोकेटेड एवर बजट की बात कर रहे हैं। दूसरी ओर आपके एक छोटे से प्रयास पर ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहूँगी कि बच्चों के लिए और एडोलेसेंट्स के लिए जो लाइब्रेरी सिस्टम्स की बात आज बजट में की गई है, तो ऐसा कोई वर्ग नहीं है समाज का जो अछूता रहा हो इस बजट से। एक तरफ हमारे जो जनजातीय बच्चे हैं, परिवार हैं, उनके लिए एकलव्य मॉडल हाई स्कूल्स में किस प्रकार से टीचर्स एलोकेट होंगे, अपॉइंट होंगे, उसकी भी चर्चा है। दूसरी ओर आप जो प्रधानमंत्री का लाइफ का और एनवायरनमेंट का संकल्प है, जो इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी का कहीं ना कहीं समन्वय है, उसका भी उल्लेख है। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये बात भी शायद मद्देनजर होनी चाहिए कि 157 नर्सिंग कॉलेजेस co-located with 157 medical colleges are going to come up. Now that is the detail to which this budget has made pronouncements.
No, but that's the exact reason why the opposition says, विपक्ष कहता है इसीलिए कि देखो जी ये तो पहले की तरह उदासीन है, इसमें कोई नयापन नहीं है, ये सिर्फ क्योंकि इलेक्शन ईयर है और सिर्फ 24 का इलेक्शन नहीं स्मृति जी, उससे पहले 8 से 9 राज्य। मैं ऐश्वर्या जी विपक्ष उदासीन है ये संभव है। विपक्ष इस बात से निश्चित रूप से उदासीन है कि 40 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों का कभी बैंक का खाता नहीं खुला था। ये मोदी आए और इन्होंने मात्र 1.5-2 साल की अवधि में 40 करोड़ से ज़्यादा हिंदुस्तानियों का बैंक का खाता खुलवा दिया। परिणाम स्वरूप क्या हुआ? इस सरकार ने 27 लाख करोड़ रुपया हिंदुस्तानियों के बैंक के खाते में डाला। आज तक हमारे देश में कोई भी ऐसी सरकार थी जो ये हिसाब अपने नागरिकों को दे सके? मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जब 40 करोड़ से ज़्यादा हिंदुस्तानी अनबैंक्ड थे तो उनके अधिकार का पैसा जाता कहाँ था? तो इसीलिए विपक्ष की उदासीनता का शायद एक कारण ये भी है। लेकिन मेरे को पता आपको जाना, वो 2 और सवाल। पर क्या ये रीजन विपक्ष के लिए हर बार टू क्वेश्चन, आप कह रहे हैं कि हर एक वर्ग के लिए कुछ ना कुछ दिया गया है, पर इसके बीच में भी विपक्ष ऐसे पॉइंट निकालता है। और मैं जब आपसे बोल रहा हूं तो टैक्स स्लैब में भी, हालांकि आज शायद ही कोई ऐसा भारतीय होगा जो ये बोले कि देखो टैक्स स्लैब में जो हुआ वो गलत हुआ, उसके बावजूद विपक्ष कहता है देखो जी ये तो कोई भी कर सकता है, कुछ ऐसा करना चाहिए था जिससे सबका फायदा होता। हाउ डू यू आंसर दिस?
अगर कोई भी कर सकता था तो उन्होंने क्यों नहीं किया? मोदी का इंतजार करना पड़ा ना देश को।
बोलिए।
तो एक तरफ डिफेंस एलोकेशन के ऊपर ऐश्वर्या जी आपने चर्चा की, दूसरी ओर आपने चर्चा की और हमने चर्चा की किस प्रकार से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेंड बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन साथ ही ये भी तो आपको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा कि प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के लिए 66%, 66% का बजट बढ़ाया गया है और वो किया सिर्फ मोदी सरकार ने है।
केंद्रीय मंत्री स्मृति ईरानी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद स्मृति ईरानी जी, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क से बात करने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम।
धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार।
थैंक यू।
केंद्रीय मंत्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, अनुराग जी आपको आवाज आ रही है? रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार ऐश्वर्या जी, आ रही है आपकी आवाज?
नमस्कार अनुराग जी, सीधा सवालों पे आता हूं। मुझे पता है आपको जाना है, बैक टू बैक मीटिंग्स हैं। भाई आपने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस के लिए 5.94 करोड़ खर्च किए, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज के लिए 2.70, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रेलवेज के लिए 2.41, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स के लिए 2.06 करोड़, होम अफेयर्स 1.96। लेकिन विपक्ष कहता है भाई काफी नहीं है। विपक्ष कहता है भाई इससे क्या होगा? विपक्ष कहता है ये तो एक उदासीन बजट है। इसका क्या जवाब देंगे अनुराग ठाकुर जी?
मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि ये विकसित भारत के लिए ये अमृतकाल का पहला बजट विकसित भारत के इस विराट संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए मजबूत नींव रखता है। और ये बजट गांव का, गरीब का, महिला, मजदूर का, मध्यम वर्ग का, नौजवान और किसान का बजट है। ये सबके लिए बजट है और खुशियों वाला बजट है। लेकिन विपक्ष अगर अपना चश्मा उतार के देखेंगे तब उनको नजर आएगा कि आज तक का सबसे बड़ा कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट में आउटले इसमें किया गया है, जो पिछले साल से 33% की वृद्धि है। 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए का इसमें प्रावधान किया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना में अब तक हम लोग 3 करोड़ 25 लाख पक्के मकान बना के दे चुके हैं, यानी कि 3.25 करोड़ लोगों को हम अब तक लखपति बना चुके हैं। और इस बार इसमें 66% की वृद्धि करके 79,000 करोड़ 79,000 करोड़ रुपए का बजट रखा है। रेलवे का आज तक का सबसे बड़ा बजट 2,40,000 करोड़ का रखा है, जो 2013-14 के मुकाबले 9 गुना ज्यादा है। इसी तरह से ही किसान क्रेडिट 20 लाख करोड़ का प्रावधान है, जो अगर आप देखेंगे तो हमारे पशुपालन, मत्स्य पालन और डेयरी, इसके लिए रखा है ताकि उनके आय के साधन बढ़ सकें। और एमएसएमई सेक्टर में क्रेडिट गारंटी स्कीम के अंतर्गत 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान है ताकि उद्योग भी बढ़े और रोजगार के अवसर भी बढ़े। इसी तरह से फ्यूचर ऑफ स्किल्स की बात करें, फ्यूचर वर्क्स 4.0 की बात करें, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स, 3D प्रिंटिंग या कोडिंग की बात करें, मशीन लर्निंग की बात करें, इन सब की ट्रेनिंग देने का काम भी लाखों युवाओं को किया जाएगा। 30 स्किल इंडिया इंटरनेशनल सेंटर खोले जाएंगे देश भर में, 3 सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के खोले जाएंगे और 47 लाख युवाओं को स्टाइपेंड देने का काम किया जाएगा। यह कांग्रेस कभी सपनों में भी नहीं सोच सकती थी, जो हम साकार करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, लेकिन अनुराग ठाकुर जी, मैं आपसे पॉइंट टू पॉइंट, बिल्कुल मेरे को पता है, मैं 2 मिनट में, और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल कहते हैं देखो जी, दिल्ली ने 1.75 लाख करोड़ का से ज्यादा का इनकम टैक्स दिया, दिल्ली को क्या दिया? 325 करोड़। तेजस्वी यादव वहां कहते हैं देखो जी, किसानों को क्या दिया? कुछ नहीं दिया, दोगुनी आय करने की बाकी थी। बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री कहती हैं देखो बंगाल को क्या दिया। तो ये संकीर्ण मानसिकता और ये जो सिर्फ रीजनल और अपने स्टेट की बात करेंगे, तो ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? ये देश का बजट।
देखिए, जब तेल की कीमतों को लेकर, ऐश्वर्या जी, तेल की कीमतों को लेकर भारत सरकार ने टैक्स कम किए, विपक्ष के राज्यों ने अपने दाम कम नहीं किए हैं, चाहे वो तेलंगाना हो, चाहे राजस्थान हो, अन्य राज्य हो। पहले तो ये। दूसरा, मैं कहूंगा हमने हर राज्य के लिए 50 साल तक बगैर किसी ब्याज के हजारों करोड़ रुपए देने का काम किया ताकि वो अपना आधारभूत ढांचा भी सुदृढ़ कर सके, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना सके और अपनी रिफॉर्म्स भी ला सके। हमने आपदा के समय पैसे दिए, अब भी दिए। देश के 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त में अनाज 4 लाख करोड़ का दिया, तो इन सबके राज्यों में ही दिया। यहां के मुख्यमंत्रियों ने अपनी मोहर लगा लगा के वहां पे देने का काम किया, हमने फिर भी दिया। और यही नहीं, अब आगे भी 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया खर्च करके हम 80 करोड़ गरीबों को मुफ्त में अनाज देने का काम करने वाले हैं। ये जो लाखों युवाओं को प्रशिक्षण देंगे, इनके राज्यों में सबको ही मिलेगा। हम तो कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म की बात करते हैं, कंपिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म की बात करते हैं। जहां एक और कंपटीशन भी हो तो वहीं पे कोऑपरेशन भी हो। तो मुझे लगता है इस मानसिकता से बाहर आना चाहिए, क्योंकि इनके अपने राज्यों के बजट भी होते हैं बहुत सारे, जैसे शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, स्पोर्ट्स, ये राज्यों के अपने बजट में इनको प्राथमिकता मिलनी चाहिए। किसने रोका है? लेकिन भारत सरकार ने तो लगातार इसमें बढ़ाने का ही काम किया है। 157 नए नर्सिंग कॉलेज खोल रहे हैं। आज तक भारत में केवल 380 मेडिकल कॉलेज थे 75 साल से ज्यादा समय में। मोदी सरकार ने 228 से ज्यादा नए मेडिकल कॉलेज पिछले 7 सालों में खोले हैं। अब हम 157 नर्सिंग कॉलेज खोल रहे हैं। इसी तरह से खेलों का, युवा कार्यक्रम का बजट 11% की वृद्धि की है, जो 3397 करोड़ कर दिया है। खेलो इंडिया स्कीम के लिए 1000 करोड़ रुपए का बजट रखा है। हालांकि खेल एक राज्य का विषय है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद मोदी जी ने मनोबल भी बढ़ाया, तो बजट भी बढ़ाने का काम युवाओं के लिए और खिलाड़ियों के लिए किया है।
अनुराग जी, सप्तऋषि की बात की गई, 7 प्रायोरिटीज की। इसके अंदर अंत्योदय, जो कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने सरकार में आने से पहले भी हमेशा बोला, इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट, अनलीशिंग द पोटेंशियल, ग्रीन ग्रोथ, फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, यूथ पावर। विपक्ष कह रहा है भाई ये 7 चीजें तो पहले भी थी। वो आपके वो केंद्र सरकार पे बोल रहे हैं कि ये सिर्फ रीनेम किया है निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने और कुछ नहीं।
देखिए, मैं आपको कहता हूं, कहने के लिए तो इनकी लुक ईस्ट पॉलिसी थी, हमने एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी की। आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आप देखेंगे, रेलवे से लेके, पुलों के निर्माण से लेके, रोड हाईवे से लेके एयरपोर्ट बनाने का काम हमने जो 8 वर्षों में किया, वो इनके 40 साल में जो पुल पूरे नहीं हुए, हमने अब करने का काम किया है। यूपीए के समय 11 से 12 किलोमीटर नेशनल हाईवे बनते थे, हम 37 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा बना रहे, लगभग 40 किलोमीटर अब पहुंच गया है। इनके समय 2.5 किलोमीटर रेलवे लाइन नहीं बनती थी, हम आज 10 किलोमीटर रेलवे लाइन बनाने का काम करते। इनके समय एक भी ऐसी बड़ी योजना, मैं बताता हूं कितने पक्के मकान इन्होंने 70 साल में बना के दिए। हमने तो 3 करोड़ 25 लाख मकान पक्के बना के दे दिए 7 साल में। मैं तो एक के करके दूसरे आंकड़ों तक आपके पास आ सकता हूं। मेडिकल कॉलेज हो, आईआईएम हो, आईआईटीज हो, IIITs हो या एम्स हो, कितने बनाए कांग्रेस ने? 3 बनाए, हमने 22 नए बना दिए हैं। देखिए, यही अंतर नजर आता है कि हमने इनकी संख्या भी आईआईटी, आईआईएम की दुगनी कर दी, एम्स दुगने तिगने से ज्यादा कर दिए। ये मोदी सरकार है। ये बजट दूरदर्शी भी है, पारदर्शी भी है और समावेशी भी है। यह नए भारत का बजट है, जो विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए है। और ये अमृत काल का बना बजट स्वर्णिम काल की ओर ले जाने के लिए है।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन अनुराग ठाकुर जी, वो कहते हैं कि चाहे ये जो नंबर्स हैं, जिन बड़े बड़े नंबर्स की आप भी अभी बात कर रहे थे, वो ये कहते हैं ये नंबर्स इस बड़े बजट में हैं। जब उनसे सवाल किया गया तो वो कहते हैं भैया आप इन पे ज्यादा मत जाओ, ये जो नंबर्स हैं ये सारे बजट में हैं, इसका इंप्लीमेंटेशन ये सरकार कैसे करेगी? चाहे वो 2 लाख करोड़ का फ्री अनाज देने की बात हो या जितने भी बड़े नंबर्स, वो बार बार यही एलिगेशन लगाते हैं कि भैया लिख तो दिया लेकिन इंप्लीमेंट कैसे करोगे? लास्ट सवाल अनुराग जी।
ये राजीव गांधी जी की सरकार नहीं है कि 100 रुपया भेजा और 25 रुपए रास्ते में खा लिए किसी ने। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है, जहां जैम ट्रिनिटी की बात करते हैं, जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल। आज एक बटन दबाओ, यूपीआई भीम की ट्रांजैक्शन 782 करोड़ थी पिछले महीने की और 12,83,000 करोड़ रुपया उसके अंतर्गत ट्रांजैक्शन हुई। और पिछले एक साल की अगर आप उठाकर देखोगे तो 7500 करोड़ ट्रांजैक्शन हुई और लगभग 126 लाख करोड़ की ट्रांजैक्शन हुई। ये दुनिया भर ने माना है कि भारत ने जो डिजिटल पेमेंट्स के लिए नए कीर्तिमान स्थापित किए हैं, जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी यानी कि पारदर्शिता और जवाबदेही जो लाने का काम किया, जो दुनिया के अन्य देश भी नहीं कर पाए हैं। आज हम 1 रुपया आता तो 1 रुपया वहां पे जाता है, इसलिए आज टैक्स भी ज्यादा कलेक्शन होती है, चाहे डायरेक्ट टैक्स हो या इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स हो। जीएसटी की कलेक्शन 1.5 लाख करोड़ पहुंच गई, कभी 1 लाख करोड़ भी नहीं होती थी, क्योंकि हमने सिस्टम को काउंटेबल बनाया। लोगों को भी लगा टैक्स देंगे तो मोदी सरकार 1-1 रुपया गरीब के कल्याण के लिए खर्च करेगी, गरीब के खाते में पैसा जाता है। जो लोगों ने टैक्स दिया, आज मुफ्त में अनाज 80 करोड़ गरीबों को मिला 4 लाख करोड़ रुपया खर्च करके। जहां उनको भूखमरी से बचाया, वहीं 200 करोड़ वैक्सीन लगाकर महामारी से बचाने का काम भी किया। आज भारत ने 101 देशों को मुफ्त में वैक्सीन देने का काम किया। तो इसमें पता चलता है कि भारत जहां वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करता है, वहीं G20 की अध्यक्षता करते हुए वन अर्थ वन फैमिली, हम उस दिशा में, और वन फ्यूचर, उसको लेके काम करते हैं। हम आज केवल कोई बजट अपनी सत्ता में आने के लिए नहीं, हम भारत को आगे बढ़ाने की सोच के साथ चलते हैं। आपने आपदा के समय भी मोदी सरकार के निर्णय देखे होंगे, डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग या कोल एंड माइनिंग सेक्टर को खोलना, स्पेस सेक्टर को खोलना। आज तीनों में देखिए, डिफेंस में हम इंपोर्टर होते थे सबसे बड़े, आज हमने 30,000 करोड़ का एक्सपोर्ट करने का काम किया है। स्पेस सेक्टर में हमने प्राइवेट क्षेत्र में सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करने का काम कर दिया। कोल एंड माइनिंग में नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचने का काम किया है। तो हम तो आपदा में भी अवसर ढूंढते हैं और मोदी जी बजट को चुनाव के साथ जोड़कर नहीं देखते। ये तो अमृत काल से स्वर्णिम काल की ओर ले जाने की सोच रखते हैं ताकि विकसित भारत का निर्माण हो सके।
अनुराग जी, इससे पहले आपको जाने दूं बस इतना कि 2024 के इलेक्शन से पहले का ये बजट है। 9 राज्यों में उससे पहले इलेक्शन है। विपक्ष कह रहा है जानबूझ के और टैक्स स्लैब वाली बातों पे कहता है देखो ये एक उदासीन बजट है, इसमें नया क्या है, ये देश को आगे कैसे लेके जाएंगे, ये तो इसलिए है ताकि इसका डायरेक्ट इंपैक्ट इनको वोट पे पड़ सके। अनुराग ठाकुर,
देखिए 3 साल कोविड की महामारी के कारण बहुत सारी चुनौतियां रही, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भारत को 10वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था से 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था दुनिया में बनाया। दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था आज भारत है और इस साल भी भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ने वाली बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक होगी। तो ये तो इनको हजम होता नहीं है। दूसरा, टैक्स कलेक्शन हमारी डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट सबसे ज्यादा बड़ी है। अब ये पिछले 3 साल से राग अलाप रहे थे कि इनकम टैक्स में छूट दो, हमने 5 लाख से बढ़ाकर 7 लाख तक इनकम टैक्स की छूट दे दी। तो अब विपक्ष को यह भी हजम नहीं हो पा रहा। हमने तो जनता के हित में निर्णय लिए हैं, जनता जनार्दन सबसे ऊपर है और हम चाहते हैं जनता का टैक्स का दिया हुआ एक एक पैसा गरीब के कल्याण पर खर्च हो और हमारे मध्यम वर्ग को भी इसमें छूट मिली है। तो गरीबों के कल्याण से लेकर किसान के कल्याण तक सबके लिए काम किया गया है।
बिल्कुल, तो ये थे केंद्रीय मंत्री अनुराग ठाकुर। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग यू लाइव ऑन रिपब्लिक एंड रिपब्लिक भारत बोथ सर। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग अस लाइव। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क।
आपके कहने पर इस बार टाटा 1mg दवाई ऑर्डर की थी। ऐप पे आज की ही डिलीवरी बता रहा है, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी तो होगा नहीं, क्यों?
अरे यार, अजीब टाइप के नेगेटिव इंसान हो। मैं लिख के देता हूँ, दवाइयों की डिलीवरी बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो जाएगी। लो जी आ गया जी।
पटेल जी। हाँ जी, भरोसेमंद है जी।
टाटा 1M जी, आप भी डाउनलोड कर लें जी।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं, और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है, और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की दूरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only.
Of the presidential address and the economic survey report. But I am a believer in a low tax regime, so any tax cuts is welcome, because giving more money in the hands of the people, in my opinion, is the best way to boost the economy. But I need to look at the details before I can make an educated comment about it.
Everything we know, everything we love is at risk. The time to act is now. We must all be champions. Champions for sustainability. Champions for the earth.
आपके कहने पर इस बार टाटा 1M से दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर की थी। ऐप पे आज की ही डिलीवरी बता रहा है, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी तो होगा नहीं, क्यों?
अरे यार, अजीब टाइप के नेगेटिव इंसान हो। मैं लिख के देता हूँ, दवाइयों की डिलीवरी बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो जाएगी। लो जी आ गया जी।
पटेल जी। हाँ जी, भरोसेमंद है जी।
टाटा 1M जी, आप भी डाउनलोड कर लें जी।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम। इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह
All right, welcome back, friends. And we are in fact being joined live by CEO of Niti Aayog, government's think tank when it comes to economic policy making, social policy making. Very good evening, Iyer sir. This is Abhishek this side. And my first up question with you, what's the Niti you see in the budget? What's the transforming India aspect you see in this budget, which is overall generally, except for some voices in the opposition, being received well?
Well, it is a transformational budget, there's no question about that. And if you're extremely balanced, I think it meets all the stakeholders' requirements all the way from bottom to top. So it's, in many ways an inclusive growth budget. But as far as Niti is concerned, I think there are a couple of aspects which are a little more sort of prominent. One is our role as an instrument of enhancing the effectiveness of government, both at the center and the states, but particularly in the context of competitive cooperative federalism. How can Niti work with the states and support them in their own inclusive growth and GDP goals? So Niti started the state support mission, which was referenced by the finance minister in her speech today. And this is about how Niti is working with states to help them set up institutes for transformation and develop a roadmap towards an inclusive growth trajectory. In addition to that, in keeping with the sort of bottom-up approach of the budget, NITI is also working with states in taking forward the aspirational block program. This was announced a few weeks ago by the Prime Minister. It builds upon the aspirational district program, but it's really about taking development right down to the grassroots level. How can you improve health, education, financial inclusion, infrastructure, agriculture, right down at the block level? The block, as you know, is a basic unit of development. So if you can take 500 of some lagging blocks across the country, push them up to the state average and beyond, that will give a huge fillip to development right down to the grassroots level. Those are just a couple of areas where NITI is focused on in terms of transformation of development.
Okay, so since you mentioned competitive federalism, if I heard you right, some states might say, sir, given the fact that the finance minister in fact said that the states should be collectively having a fiscal deficit of not more than 3.5%, of which 0.5% goes for the power reform sector, some states might say or make a charge against the government that this state support mission, the mission is to really hem in the states with that very limited fiscal deficit.
You know, the state support mission is really not at all one size fits all. It's targeted to support the states on a demand basis. So every state will have its own growth trajectory, and NITI is working with all its comparative advantage in identifying what are those specific requirements of a state and supporting it in that regard. In any case, as the finance minister mentioned, the 50-year interest-free loan of 1.4 lakh crores is continuing. The states are obviously incentivized to bring in their own capital expenditure, but this will also attract the private sector investment in the capital and infrastructure. So I think that the support is very much cooperative, competitive as well, and NITI Aayog is just working with states to take that positive agenda forward.
Right, sir. Just a couple of questions come to my mind. You mentioned aspirational districts and aspirational blocks. In fact, the budget creates an urban infrastructure development fund, and essentially that would go to municipalities, municipal corporations, and and these bodies would need to sort of create their own competitive bidding and I believe process of going for municipal bonds. Do you have some numbers as to what kind of money flow could be happening to our urban areas with this mechanism in place?
You know, this is another aspect of how this budget is seeking to take development to the hinterland. This urban infrastructure development fund is targeted at tier 2 and 3 cities, which really require a fill-up in terms of infrastructure and other services. So while the details are being worked out, this is another step towards improving urban governance. We have 5,000 urban local bodies.
Right, sir.
And services, once they get improved, then quality of life can be taken down all the way down to the peri-urban level.
Right, so my last quick question to you, sir. Everyone says jobs, jobs, jobs. What, according to you, are those couple of specific areas addressed by the budget which create jobs in the country?
Look, the one big step, I think the finance minister herself replied to this. When you increase infrastructure and investment, you are already creating jobs. But in addition to that, if you take the agricultural sector, the push to digitalizing and incentivizing startups is another big thrust in the job sector. The gig economy, which has been going on for a long time in terms of services, is planning to introduce 20 million jobs by 2030. So I think technology enabled, green jobs enabled, there's a big push in the budget, and it continues the trajectory which this government has been doing over the past few years.
All right, 20 million jobs by 2030. Those are going to come in the gig economy itself. Thank you so much, CEO of NITI Aayog, Parameshwaran Iyer, joining us there. And we move on. We have more guests. right, joining us live now to take the conversation forward, Uday Vaid, tax expert, and he joins us live from Mumbai. And we also have Ramakrishnan T.S., public finance expert, live from Chennai. If I could come to you first, Mr. Vaid. There's a lot to talk about in terms of the tax changes that have been brought in. But according to you, the most important takeaway, is it just the tinkering with the new tax regime that has been done? Or is there more to it? And can you explain for the benefit of viewers, for the middle classes, for the masses, for the salaried who might have missed something, as to what all is there apart from this tinkering in the new tax regime, which brings some relief to them?
No, so I would believe it is not tinkering at all. It's a major policy shift, and everyone is benefited because of this. Certainly the middle class or a common man with an income up to about 10 lakhs or maybe even up to 15 lakhs, when one does the maths, say the tax rebate just going up to, instead of 5 lakhs, now it is 7 lakhs, right? Under the old regime, somebody would have paid, I just did a quick maths on that, I'm just giving one example. It would have been on up to 5 lakhs, on 2 lakhs, it would have been 20,000 rupees. Now it is 0, straight. And at each level, when one looks at it up to 15 lakhs, definitely every single person is benefited. Additionally, for a salaried class, that 50,000 tax standard deduction is available even under the new regime.
Yeah.
That's one part. Second, it makes the compliance much easier. And one goes even beyond that, even at the highest level, the tax rate, the surcharge going down from 37 to 25% for an income over 5 crores, even that 4% delta, it goes to 39%. That also is a huge benefit. So everybody can benefit from that. At that level, 4% is a big amount. But if you look at just a middle class or a common man, certainly this is a major benefit being given. And the ease of compliance, what I'm saying it.
Yeah.
One more thing I would say, that this regime was already introduced about 3 years back. And at that point of time, in terms of the maths, it didn't work out. But government has been like, constructive enough to reconstruct the total scheme, right? To make it more friendly, and certainly putting more money into the pocket of a common man. And so this is not a tinkering at all, in my view. This will have ease of compliance and certainly the tax savings at each level.
Right, sir. Because this concerns the masses and the middle classes. Why not we open up the lines and get these experts to really speak to them and address the questions, thoughts, queries that people have. So I'm told we are joined by Mr. Srinivas from Hyderabad. Over to you, Mr. Srinivas. We have Mr. Ramakrishnan T.S., he is a public finance expert, and Mr. Uday Vaid, he is a tax expert. And your question to them, I'll take your question to them. Please ask.
Yeah. Good evening. Good evening, sir. I have a specific question regarding this maturity proceeds of LIC policy. I have taken about 10 years back one LIC policy, and next year it is maturing. The maturity amount would be around 10 lakhs. And over and above 5 lakhs, whether it could be taxable or what? Earlier regime, it was exempted from tax.
Yeah, good question. Let me take this to Mr. Ramakrishnan. Mr. Ramakrishnan, if you can answer this. There are some changes that have been made in the LIC premium to target high net worth individuals, I believe. That's the specific target of that provision. But then your thoughts on the question asked by Srinivas.
The benefit of having exemption on LIC maturity amount will continue. It will not change actually now, whether it was 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs, whatever it may be. So that will, that change has not happened in the budget, or they have not, excluded that. So it will continue. So that is what, because the budget did not specifically exclude such income. So that will continue.
All right, Mr. Srinivas, I hope you got the answer that you were looking for. I'm told we have another caller this time. It's Dr. Ram again from Hyderabad. And Dr. Ram, your question.
Yeah, I just want to ask the tax expert.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in this case, what we found is, looking at the last tax slab which they have given, there they have given a lot of
Okay, I think we lost the caller there and his question as well. I would request Mr. Vaid and Mr. Ramakrishnan to stay with us. I am told that we have to take a short break, quick short break, and then we are back with the conversation.
आपके कहने पर इस बार टाटा 1mg से दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर की थी। ऐप पे आज की ही डिलीवरी बता रहा है, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी तो होगा नहीं, क्यों?
अरे यार, अजीब टाइप के नेगेटिव इंसान हो। मैं लिख के देता हूँ, दवाइयों की डिलीवरी बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो जाएगी। जी आ गया जी। पटेल जी।
हाँ जी, भरोसेमंद है जी।
टाटा 1mg आप भी डाउनलोड कर लें जी।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेकविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने आप एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं, और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है, और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य परिवार की गृहिणी माताओं बहनों को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। ये बजट सहकारिता को ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास की धुरी बनाएगा।
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required.
So I think this is a remarkable budget for a new India. Vast number of improvements on the tax regime will lead to a completely new consumption story of India.
I think overall it's a very solid, stable, prudent and responsible budget. It's also a growth-oriented budget.
The way I would look at it would be to the support, for example, being given to the states. So for me, that's a very positive and big step forward, not just the continued focus, but also the increased outlay being made for that.
Biggest voices, biggest coverage, perfect budget.
Has today's budget silenced all critics? Is there anything to criticize in Budget 2023? Was the final full budget the perfect budget? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
All right, we are back with our guests, Mr. Ved and Mr. Ramakrishnan, tax experts, public finance experts, and we are having some queries of our viewers addressed through them on the changes that have been brought in by the finance minister in the budget when it comes to personal income tax. In fact, we are being joined by Mr. Dharma Somashekar from Bengaluru. Dharma, if you are getting me, please ask your question.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I was just wondering which this is the Republic World. I'm not on it. It doesn't matter. I would like to know what are the benefits the senior citizens are getting, because you are giving the slab rate for the normal citizens, which to my understanding is 7 lakhs. What is it for senior citizens? Is there a rise in it? And the interest rates also. People like me, we are living on the or our retirement money, and we completely living on interest money, and our interests are also being charged, which is 30%. It goes out of it. So I was just wondering, is there the government has anything to say about it? Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering. What it has for senior citizens, and especially for super seniors who are 75 years of age and have a very little time to live, and they are living on interest money. How much relief are they getting is what I would like to know.
Okay, so I believe the question is, let me take this to Mr. Ved. I think the question, if I got it right, was that is there something specific to super senior citizens in this? And if yes, what?
No, I don't think anything under the new regime, but under the original regime, whatever was there continues. So as far as the new slabs are concerned, if one goes on a default basis, then it is only the income limit. There is no specific change for the senior citizen. But yeah, of course, under the old regime, it continues whatever it was there. So there is no comparison in that sense. Like as an example. Somebody is more than 80 year old, then up to 5 lakh it was nil, 5 to 10 lakh was 20%, about 10 lakh 30%, same continues, but no specific change. They did make change in terms of the investment that could be made in fixed deposits and other thing, but not on the tax slabs.
All right, I believe Dharma got his answer. Essentially, this is about Mr. Dharma, you got your answer. Essentially, if you're looking at specific advantages so far as super senior citizens are concerned, maybe the old regime still seems a little more attractive than the new one. Mr. Ramakrishnan, would you have something to add to this?
Yeah, certainly I want to add to that. So, you say, the old regime continues. So, although the government wanted people to move towards new regime, basically what they have done is, when the new regime was introduced, the old regime was very much in favor of the taxpayers compared to the new regime, and that is the reason why people have not chosen new regime. So now they wanted to make it evenly equal between the old regime and new regime. Okay, and that is how actually they have increased this tax slab rates for the new regime.
All right.
The old tax rates, the tax rates that has already been there for the old regime continues there. So now, even now, the senior citizens or super senior citizens or even normal citizens also can go for older regime or new regime as they wish. But only thing is, if they are already in older regime, they can move to new regime once and then come back to older regime. Beyond that, they can't change. So better to stick for older regime till, of course, when they speak to the auditor, they will tell them which is better for them, and then based on this year as well as the future years.
All right.
That's the best way.
All right.
Because it varies from individual to individual.
Right. So it seems more or less unanimous verdict so far as our two panelists are concerned, that if you are a super senior citizen, and that was the question asked by Dharma, then you better stick to the old tax regime, because the new one does not promise anything new insofar as that category is concerned. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Dharma. They are from Bengaluru, and of course our two guests, Mr. Ved and Mr. Ramakrishnan. I'm told we have to move on that note. I believe we have to get going for our next panel of guests.
I think there are many aspects of the budget which will certainly help create employment.
It's not just about capital expenditure by the private sector. It's about ensuring growth, ensuring jobs, and making sure that the journey is one which is totally tied to the country's own growth.
मुझे लग रहा है कि ओवरऑल हर पहलू का ध्यान रखा गया है, हर तबके को नजर में रख के ये बनाया गया है. ये बजट जो है भारत को एक अच्छा ग्रोथ दिलाएगा.
Biggest voices, biggest coverage, perfect budget.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं. अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए.
आपके कहने पर इस बार टाटा 1mg से दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर की थी. ऐप पे आज की ही डिलीवरी बता रहा है, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी तो होगा नहीं. क्यों?
अरे यार, अजीब टाइप के नेगेटिव इंसान हो. मैं लिख के देता हूँ, दवाइयों की डिलीवरी बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो जाएगी. जी आ गया जी.
पटेल जी. हाँ जी, भरोसेमंद है जी.
टाटा 1mg आप भी डाउनलोड कर लें जी.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakh in the new tax regime. Thus, persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all. The second proposal relates to middle class individuals. I had introduced in the year 2020 the new personal income tax regime with 6 income slabs starting from 2.5 lakh. I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%, and above 15 lakhs, 30%. This will provide major relief to all taxpayers in the new regime. An individual with an annual income of 9 lakhs will be required to pay only 45,000 rupees. This is only 5% of his or her income. It is a reduction of 25% on what he or she is required to pay now. That is 60,000. So in the place of 60,000, it is now only 45,000. Similarly, an individual with an income of 15 lakh rupees would be required to pay only 1.5 lakh or 10% of his income or her income, a reduction of 20% from the existing liability of 1,87,500 rupees.
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेक विध कदम उठाए हैं. जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं, और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है, और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद
So I think this is a remarkable budget for a new India. Vast number of improvements on the tax regime will lead to a completely new consumption story of India.
I think overall it's a very solid, stable, prudent and responsible budget. It's also a growth-oriented budget.
The way I would look at it would be to the support, for example, being given to the states. So for me, that's a very positive and big step forward, not just the continued focus, but also the increased outlay being made for that.
Biggest voices, biggest coverage, perfect budget.
I think there are many aspects of the budget which will certainly help create employment.
It's not just about capital expenditure by the private sector. It's about ensuring growth, ensuring jobs, and making sure that the journey is one which is totally tied to the country's own growth.
मुझे लग रहा है कि ओवरऑल हर पहलू का ध्यान रखा गया है, हर तबके को नज़र में रख के ये बनाया गया है। ये बजट जो है भारत को एक अच्छा ग्रोथ दिलाएगा।
Biggest voices, biggest coverage, perfect budget.
Modi government delivers a pro-people and pro-development budget for Amrit Kal. Tax slabs revised, tax rebates increase. Middle class cheers as people get more money in hand. Capex hiked by 33% to 10 trillion rupees. India gets more money to create national assets. Targets met. Finance Minister now estimates fiscal deficit at 5.9% of the GDP for the next year. Opposition stumped with the Modi government's inclusive budget. Praises pour in from some opposition leaders. And the last full budget before general elections sets the tone for 2024. Will it be advantage BJP? All right, very good evening, friends. Today is 8 p.m. Wednesday evening on the budget day. The budget 2023 is out. Prime Minister and the Finance Minister call it the first budget of Amrit Kal, which will lay foundation for developed India. Government has announced the tax rebate. Prime Minister, in fact, said that the first budget of the Amrit Kal provides foundation to fulfill the resolve for a developed India. In his first reaction to the budget presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Modi said It will fulfill dreams of the aspirational society, farmers and the middle class. Let's look at this report.
It's the first budget in Amrit Kaal. This budget hopes to build on the foundation laid in the previous budget and the blueprint drawn for India at 100.
From infrastructure boost to strong and stable macroeconomic environment, the inclusive union budget presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is certainly a budget for Amrit Kaal. Taking forward the Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas approach, the budget adopted 7 priority areas.
The budget adopts the following 7 priorities. They complement each other and act as the Saptarishi guiding us through the Amrit Kaal. Inclusive development, reaching the last mile, infrastructure and investment, unleashing the potential, green growth, youth power and financial sector.
Modi government's vision for Amrit Kaal includes technology-driven and knowledge-based economy with strong public finances and robust financial sector.
For farmers, especially small and marginal farmers and other marginalized sections, the government is promoting cooperative-based economic development model. A new Ministry of Cooperation was formed with a mandate to realize the vision of Sahkar Se Samriddhi. To realize this vision, the government has already initiated computerization of 63,000 primary agricultural credit societies with an investment of 2,516 crores.
From hike in capital expenditure by 33% for infrastructure development to attracting private investment, this budget fulfills aspirations for every sector.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the capital investment outlay is being increased steeply for the 3rd year in a row by 33% to 10 lakh crores, which would be which would be 3.3% of GDP. This will almost be 3 times the outlay made in 2019-20.
For the railways, the minister announced an outlay of 2.4 lakh crore, the highest in a decade.
The harmonized master list of infrastructure will be reviewed by an expert committee for recommending the classification and financing framework suitable for Amrit Kaal. A capital outlay, I'm talking about railways now, sir, Honorable Speaker, railways. A capital outlay of 2.40 lakh crores has been provided for the railways.
With a focus on switching to green fuel, the government is also targeting 5 million tons of green hydrogen production by 2030.
Recently launched National Green Hydrogen Mission with an outlay of 19,700 crores will facilitate transition of the economy to low carbon intensity, reduce dependence on fossil fuel imports and make the country assume technology and market leadership in this sunrise sector. Our target is to reach an annual production of 5 MMT by 2030.
From ease of doing business to youth power, Modi government set strong foundation of New India.
So the hashtag, ladies and gentlemen, is the perfect budget. What really is the opposition complaining about? Do they even have any complaints? And has this last full budget of the Modi government before the key elections of 2024 actually left everyone stunned, because there is something for everyone, like the Prime Minister says. My colleagues Shravan and Abhishek both with us. As I say good evening to our panel of guests that you'll see on your screens in just a bit. Rajneesh Kumar is the chairman of Bharat Pay and former chairman of the State Bank of India, is an important voice on the entire issue. And we also have two political participants, Mohammad Salim ji, who's a senior leader of the CPIM. He's a former MP also of the Lok Sabha, joining us on the broadcast from Kolkata. Also Vivek, spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. And we are also waiting to be joined by Gopal Krishna Agarwal of the BJP in just a moment. So let's take the first question to the opposition, Mohammad Salim and Vivek. Let's, in fact, get the first opportunity to Vivek. Now, Vivek, you're representing the Samajwadi Party. I want to know today, what will you complain about? The capex has gone up. There is a clear thrust about women empowerment, about poor. You're looking at major allocation coming into the infrastructure sector, to railways. So will you congratulate the government for putting out what we are calling hashtag the perfect budget?
Very good evening to all of you. First of all, we have been hearing such type of budget since the Modi government has come into power, And today, what actually I feel this budget is not more, it's just not more than a prank actually. Because the actual fact is when in 2014 and 15, the Modi government came into power, the loan on Indian economy was about 55,000 crore rupees. And if we see today, the loan has gone up to 1,55,000 crore. That is incredibly shocking, because as far as the GDP has increased, we don't deny from that. But the loan and debt from India is around 83% of the GDP, which should be around 64% for a good economy. So that is the problem. And today, false promises and fake speeches won't help India. We have been seeing for this for time and time again. As exports have been given preferences today, no relief on diesel, petrol and LPG, nothing for the unemployed. If we see today's market, what happened? Initially, the market started about 3,000, it rose up about 300 points and went up to 1,200 points. But at the end of the day, it actually crashed, just because people thought this budget is going to be very good for the country. But at the end of the day, it was not like that, not at all. Manufacturing sector, nothing substantial. I talk about Uttar Pradesh today because I belong to Uttar Pradesh. No budget for the expressways, nothing for the power plants. Even Prime Minister Modi in 2014, he promised the Namami Gange. He will clean the Ganges. And it has been almost 9 years now.
10 lakh crores of 10 lakh crores of capital expenditure is nothing for manufacturing? 2 lakh crores of PLI?
We talk about...
That's almost 30...
Yes, you're right there. We talk about the MSMEs today. But if you see, 90% of MSMEs are almost closed. They are finished. That is the problem with the schemes that the government is bringing.
Is this Commerce Ministry statistic, Mr. Vivek, that 90% of MSMEs are finished?
Well, it depends on how the government handles it, how the government handles the people. You can't blame the people for that. If you can blame the people for everything, then what is the need of the government? There's no need for the government,
Okay.
We talk about
there might not be. I don't know the basis of this charge that 90% of MSMEs are finished, but we are getting Mohammad Salim after a long time.
60%
we are getting to hear
closed,
Mohammad Salim joining us from Kolkata after a long time. Let's try to understand from you, sir. Is there any ideological basis from the left communist thought based on which you would want to oppose this budget?
The government has lost the opportunity. This has been the last budget of this government for this term, and after the 2 years of pandemic, we have lost so many things, not only so many lives. So to rejig the economy and to revamp the economy on the job sector, employment sector, this budget is not showing any path. Secondly, the huge expenditure that is needed for infrastructure and government spending. In fact, if you take the real GDP in term, then you will find there is no increase but lesser amount for this. It's a contraction. And I know the limit is because to reduce the budget deficit, the government has no other way than contraction of the expenditure. So that in turn is not going to generate the domestic market, the domestic demands. Now the need was pump money into the market and pump money into the hands of the people, create jobs, expenditure increase, and so that the demand is increased. That will help our manufacturing sector and service sector. So government has not gone through that. The devil lies in the details. The speech is okay, very good. Everybody touches everything. But we have listened all this khata bai thing for so many years. But where is the budgetary support? This year, when the education and health is in poor condition, the government have not spent the money allocated last year. And there is reduction of food, fuel and fertilizer subsidy. So when hunger is growing, you require more food and cheaper food. The purchasing capacity is going down. Of course, there is a good thing that for salaried income, after 9 years, there is an increase. But for 9 years, we have to wait. So from 5 lakh to 7 lakh, if you give it, so per annum, it is around not more than 25,000. So in that case, you give from one hand, you take it back in 3 hands. So, your transportation cost, your food, your medicine is costlier. So what you are going to give? The government is busy just protecting their corporate frames.
Mr. Rajneesh, Mr. Mohammed Salim, we'll get into the brass tacks of it, and perhaps as we elucidate a little bit more on what everyone gets, perhaps you would get a better answer to that. But let me bring in Mr. Rajneesh right now. Mr. Rajneesh, when I talk about the capital investment, we're looking at a 33% increase. When we're looking at the outlay for the railways, is the capital outlay, it's almost like over 2.84 lakh crore rupees. And overall, if you really look at how the government is looking at right now, while the opposition says that minorities affairs department, there is a slash. But if you look at the macroeconomics of it, it's very clear that there is a roadmap that is for job creation, railways being one of the largest. Then you're looking at the manufacturing sector. So all of this with the single agenda that job creation increases over a period of time.
Yeah, so let me clarify that I am not into any political debate. But the point which you are making about the infrastructure-led growth, then I think there is a certain consistency in what the government has been doing. And even if I look at the expenditure part committed last year, 100% amount has been spent, which is not a mean achievement. So jobs gets created when investment happens, and everybody knows that the multiplier effect is maximum when there is an investment in the infrastructure. And the progress, at least in the road sector, railways, airports, the progress is visible. And that would mean that the more country invests into build-up of the infrastructure, it could be physical infrastructure, which I am mentioning, as well as the social infrastructure, which would mean more schools, more institutions. So that all, every rupee invested, that creates employment. Now, the other is that the demand creation. So I think even after 9 years, the relief which has been given in the income tax, that would create more demand because there is more money available in the hands of the income tax. But as I said, that I am looking at purely from the point of view of an ex-banker and not part of this political debate.
Okay, Rajneesh ji reiterating there, and obviously he is the only non-political, person right now on the panel, and I think what he says should make sense to both our opposition friends here, Mohammad Salim and also, Vikas, who have problems with how the budget has been presented. But it's the opposition's job, to find faults, Abhishek and Shravan, with the budget, and they will do this. But, I think there are questions also that can be asked to the BJP. Mr. Agarwal, now, through the day today, one big headline is also about the relief that has been given to the salaried class, in terms of the changes in the income tax slab. But then a lot of people say, and a lot of our viewers are asking, that is this, mere lip service? Because why haven't indirect taxes then be tinkered with? And also the other question they are asking is that, is this being done generally with an idea to push more people, to push the salaried class towards the new regime? And why has the government not been able to release data of these people who've migrated from the old to the new regime yet?
No, therefore, those who are objecting that the government is trying to push to the new regime of taxation, they should understand that there is nothing unclear about it. The government has said that the new tax regime is simpler and it is easy for people to understand and implement. And the tax slabs also are lower. The thing is that in the new scheme, any person earning less than 7 lakh of annual income, there is no tax, zero tax. And even over and above that, there are differential tax slabs which are as low as 5%. And the government has also given an option to people that those who want to continue with the old scheme, they can do. So this option is an additional benefit. Anybody who want to continue with the old regime, he is very well, he can go in the old regime also, continue in the old regime, and those who want to come to the new scheme, they can come. So this option is always better. And the second thing is, very clearly FMS said that the new regime is simpler, easier, better, and therefore it is the default scheme. So there is nothing in this that the government is subvertly trying to push people to the new scheme. Second thing is, we should understand that in spite of all the pressure on our government to get more revenue from the people, increase taxation, you see the narration of many people in the Economist and other things. They were saying that government should look into new taxes. Should the government go for wealth tax or go for any other kind of taxes, transaction tax, etc.? The government has completely desisted from putting up any new tax, and even we have reduced the personal income tax. That's an important aspect. And in spite of all this, no expenditure, whether in the social welfare scheme or agriculture sector, women empowerment, youth empowerment, or even in the capex, no expenditure has been reduced. And that's the beauty of this budget, that without increasing any tax, direct or indirect, and even reducing the personal income tax, the government has been able to generate resources for the growth and development and welfare of the people. And
so Agarwalji, I think it's important then quickly to get an opposition counter to that before we go back to Rajneeshji. Vivek, Gopal Krishna Agarwal says, listen, you must congratulate us because, in these difficult times, it's a government that has given relief to the salaried class. So this essentially means there'll be more money in their pockets, and clearly, this will boost consumption. The second thing he says, we haven't levied any new tax. Isn't that important? Because had the government done that, Vivek, you would have, be crying horse, saying, Sarkar ne ek naya tax laga diya, aam aadmi ka boj aur badha diya. So today, shouldn't you be congratulating the government on this, Vivek?
No, I can just say at the moment, ma'am, that per capita income of... Mr. Agarwal, please let me speak. Yeah. The per capita income of every individual in India has increased. I don't deny from that. But the thing is, what about the inflation? The prices that are exorbitant at the moment. People are just unable to handle their houses. Household, it's shaking because if you see the essential commodities, if you see the health expenditures and the education for the children are soaring up like hell. We talked about railways, airports, and ports, but we all know that eventually it's going to be given to the tycoons. You know, you have given, you might give, you can give, you have given a budget for the railway for 2.5 lakh crores. Okay, fine. You can give it for 5 lakh crores. But eventually what is going to happen? The airports are going to industrialize them. The ports are going to them. The railways are going to them. You know,
See, this is called fear mongering,
you
Shavan.
know,
Exactly, this is called fear mongering because you clearly do not have data to support that. And for the sake of criticism, Mohammad Salim ji, you will go and criticize the government because he's not able to tell us what is the allocation for the Jal Jeevan mission that is at a 70,000 crore. Not even for the PM Awas Yojana that has seen a significant increase, Mohammad Salim ji, that is 79,000 crore. Major increase in allocation for schemes for the poor, whether it's about housing, whether it's about clean drinking water, whether it's about Ayushman Bharat.
Now the question is, good that some repeats of the PIB statement I have seen or heard. But the question is Manrega. You are talking about poor peoples. So this is a decline, 33% decline in the allocation is Manrega. That is the job for the poorest of the poor, those who are seeking this job. Secondly, the decrease in from 68,000 to 60,000, the much touted Prime Minister's Kisan Fund. So what happened? Say 8,000, you have decreased. You are talking about huge expenditure. What is the total expenditure in this budget? What was the last year compared to that? If you take out the inflation and take out the debt servicing, the loan repayment, then you will find there is no increase in the total expenditure. Then where from this money they have internally generated and how they are spending? It's all jugglery. But now there is no new tax, so you must thank. That is what Gopalji said. So now we should thank that no new airports or railways have been handed over to Adani. We must thank the government. The government कुछ नहीं किया इसलिए धन्यवाद दे देना चाहिए. अरे बाबा, you see the condition of the public transportation system. You see the railways. You go to the stations. Forget about Vande Bharat. You see how the common people
but that's the reason why. That's the reason why, Mohammad Salim ji. Before we go to Rajneesh and Shavan takes that question with Rajneesh, I want to ask you this. That's the reason why there is a huge push on infrastructure, and because you're speaking about those figures, I think it's a good point to get Agarwalji's response to that. Now, Gopal Krishna Agarwalji, the Guarantee Emergency Credit Line scheme has seen a significant drop. The Pradhan Mantri Swasthya Suraksha Yojana scheme for the new AIIMS and medical colleges, there is a massive cut in funds. The opposition says that, you're just playing out half side of the story. Is that true? Because Manrega funds have also, gone down. Why hasn't the government spoken about all that?
The thing is that we should understand three important things is that the opposition ruled states are not understanding that health and education is a state subject. Center only strengthens them. Center is not the sole responsibility for health and education. With Ayushman Bharat or setting up 157 nursing colleges, hospitals at the district level, etc., putting up oxygen plants, etc., the central government is supporting and helping the state government achieve those targets. In addition to that, we are setting up a center of excellence for artificial intelligence. IITs have been set, IIMs have been set. Already NEC, many initiatives the government has taken in the education sector. So that we have to understand that in spite of being education and health the state subject, center has provided lot of money and support to these sectors, and the thing is that we are moving ahead in the sustainable development model. Second point I want to underline about Manrega and other thing is that these are based on demand scheme. If our government has allocated money to the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana to a very large extent, that will go to the rural areas, give boost to the rural economy, and give employment to the rural sectors, etc. And the schemes like Karma Yogi, where artisans and handicrafts people and those who are using tools, Vishwakarma Yojana, they are providing employment and help supporting the entrepreneurship. MSME sector has reduced has got many benefits for the rural areas, and in addition to that, there are a cooperative sector is getting benefit. 81 women self-help groups have been set up. So 2 lakh cooperative organizations are being provided for. These all areas are where the government thinks that where the demand is, the government will provide. At present, Manrega, after the COVID, there was an increased demand. You have to estimate with, if you have to compare Manrega allocation, compare it with the budgeted estimate in 2021-22 and 2022-23. There you will find an increase. But in the revised estimate at that time of reference, suddenly there was an increased requirement due to pandemic in the Manrega, we increased that. So creating a wrong narration is wrong. You should see whether the government has provided for the rural employment, youth employment, skilling them, the creating manufacturing sector, cooperative sector in the rural. All these are in support of the employment to the rural areas, even the fishermen for the coastal areas, wetland development, all these schemes will not help.
Okay, you know, Agarwalji, the opposition still does not agree with you. I see Mohammed Salim wanting to intervene, but we've run out of time. But I just want to give 10 seconds, with the permission of our producer, to Rajneesh ji quickly. You know, Rajneesh ji, when you look at the picture today coming out of what the budget really has put out for the Aam Aadmi, what do you think, according to you, are the 3 key areas that the government has addressed well, and what is it that the government could have done better, sir? Just about 10 seconds for you.
The key issue is about like 3 things which I think are the highlights of this budget. One is that the fiscal deficit, revised estimate of 6.4 and then the projection of 5.9%. So this is a continuity of government's policy about fiscal prudence. Second is enhanced expenditure on the infrastructure and including higher allocation for the PM Awas Yojana, which again has a good multiplier. And third is putting more money in the hands of the people by way of reduction in the income tax. And there are many other things like emphasis on the green growth and the digitalization of the economy. So on the whole, I think government has taken care of increasing or enhancing the demand and as well as the productivity of the economy. This is my take as a bank.
Mohammed Salim, you've heard what Rajneesh had to say with regards to what are the steps that have been taken so far. And let's understand this. Traditionally, before a general election, a government tends to become a little populist. But this particular government, right from the start, had said that there are certain bitter pills that one will have to take. Prime Minister made it very, very clear back in 2014. Now, what's important to point out here is that you are basically talking about the food subsidy, which has seen about a 27% cut, a fertilizer subsidy of a 25% cut, but that has been accommodated somewhere, Mohammed Salim, in the ways that you cannot look at you cannot perhaps look at this particular budget with the prism of just the domestic needs. You need to look at the current global trends and the pressures that the government has to face, keeping in mind the global conditions.
It's good that you're saying it's a global condition. And because we have just passed on this, come through this pandemic, and now there's a global slowdown. So here is a chance for the government to boost the domestic production. For that you require to increase the domestic demands, and for that you require the public expenditure. And in that case we find the restriction the government imposed, bitter pill, means they would have done this populist thing, because where is the resource? The government do not have. So the person who was defending BJP said that they have internal resources they have mobilized. No, it's a huge amount is going for the debt servicing. So where is the amount being spent for the infrastructure development? You are talking about water, the domestic supply for, you are talking about Awas Yojana. This government promised that twice the income of the farmers. What happened to that? You promised सबके लिए घर by 22. Now you are showing that allocation is increased. That means you have failed to fulfill your target. Similarly, for sustainable development, whatever commitment we have made internationally, domestically, we have failed to address that. It requires some genuine thoughts from the government leaders. But this finance ministry is busy in making fuel, food, fertilizer away from the common people and bringing finance to the friends of Modi. That's the beauty of this government.
But I really want to push that point a little further, Mohammad Salim, with your permission to Vivek. Vivek, because this is a government that clearly does not believe in handing out revenues. The reason why I think, yes, Gopalji, I'm just going to come back to you, but a question to Vivek, because, this is not about handing out doles, like, a lot of other parties really believe is the best way forward in dealing with any crisis. Ki crisis hai, aap logon ko paisa de dijiye. But this is a government that says, let's have a roadmap. Let's stick to fiscal discipline. Fiscal consolidation is written all over this budget. So, Vikas, I want to know, are you still one of those parties that says, inko revdi de dijiye, because that's the best way you can win an election? And, just this question that Shravan asked is also very important. The government could have been populist, but the government has decided to be prudent. Isn't that important? Because the budget is not just for this year, but the budget is for 2047.
Yes. My reply to the question is, ma'am, that when 10% of the tycoons in India would have 90% of the wealth, and the poor people who constitute about 50% of India would have only 3% of wealth, there is the problem. There is the biggest problem there. And secondly, Prime Minister Modi ji promised that we will be $5 trillion economy by the end of 2022. But by the rate which India is growing, it would take 2029 for us to reach $5,000 trillion. That is the thing. If you see what happened to the industry.
How do you know this? How do you know this? The Samajwadi Party is sitting here and making a claim. How do you know this? It's really easy, I think, when you sit in that chair, Shravan, to put out that narrative. You are the same people fear-mongering about vaccines, about almost everything. Vikas, so sit back. People watch all this, Shravan.
Well, in fact, Gopal, if I can bring you in, your government still faces this massive criticism. Let me just quickly bring in Gopal, because one of the biggest criticism that the government today is facing with regards to slashes that have taken place in Manrega. You've also had the opposition raising this entire concern that when it comes to minority development, the allocation is far lesser. The opposition seems to be suggesting that you are taking away the focus from the rural areas of this country and from the poor, and also, in fact, in terms of minority development, the government isn't really focusing that you face.
I would like to say here is that when you are looking after the allocation, you have to compare it with the budgeted estimates last year, BE of last year with the current year. In that, you will not find any reduction in the allocation of any of the scheme. Second thing, that when we are talking about minority development and other thing, you will find that the biggest beneficiaries of our Swachh Bharat Abhiyan are from the minority population. Even the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, minority population has been the biggest beneficiaries. And Ayushman Bharat also, you will find them. The thing is that since independence, the minorities had been made only a vote bank and no care. Otherwise, why minorities are in the bad shape? Why minorities are not getting the fully developed? This is because they were just considered vote bank. In our 9 years of rule, now everybody is treated equally, and as their position is bad in the overall society, in the financial position, they are getting the maximum benefit of the social welfare scheme. That we have to understand. And we also want to reiterate that we have come out with a tribal development fund. It is a very important fund where tribal community will specifically benefit from the government focus. Tribals have been completely left out of the development at many places. Earlier government did not take care of them. We have clearly identified tribal development fund where a lot of funds has been allocated, particularly to develop the tribal communities. We have set up accelerated agriculture development firm where rural economy will get a boost. We have set up Vishwakarma scheme where rural artisans and people who make small product like cottage industries product, etc., handloom or those products, they will get a special benefit through skilling. Their marketing support, their financial support is being. Why you ignore these schemes? Vishwakarma scheme, Karmi Yogi scheme, then Mishti scheme for coastal fisheries development, then there is a scheme for the wetland development, there is accelerated agriculture development schemes, completely ignoring the tribal community development fund, etc.
Agarwalji, Mohammad Salim still does not agree with you. The opposition insists this is an election budget and this is a budget that has been presented with an eye, the opposition alleges, only Abhishek and Shravan, with an eye on the big 2024 elections. But the government says this is a budget anchored in development and growth. And the perfect budget is the hashtag that we are putting out. And you, the viewer, can also tell us what you think. Which side are you on? Only for word of time, I thank Gopal, Krishna Agarwalji, Rajneeshji, Mohammad Salim and Vikas for their time and their opinion right now on that big story. On the other side, we are back with more coverage and live action coming in on how the budget really has fared out.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपके कहने पर इस बार टाटा 1mg से दवाई ऑर्डर की थी। ऐप पे आज की ही डिलीवरी बता रहा है, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी तो होगा नहीं, क्यों?
अरे यार, अजीब टाइप के नेगेटिव इंसान हो। मैं लिख के देता हूँ, दवाइयों की डिलीवरी बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो जाएगी। जी आ गया जी। पटेल जी। हाँ जी, भरोसेमंद है जी। टाटा 1mg, आप भी डाउनलोड कर लें जी।
साथियों, शहरी महिलाओं से लेकर गांव में रहने वाली महिलाएं हो, कारोबार रोजगार में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो या घर काम में व्यस्त महिलाएं हो, उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बीते वर्षों में सरकार ने अनेकविध कदम उठाए हैं। जल जीवन मिशन हो, उज्ज्वला योजना हो, पीएम आवास योजना हो, ऐसे अनेक कदम, इन सबको बहुत बड़ी ताकत के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान क्षेत्र आज भारत में बहुत बड़ी जगह अपने हाथ एक्वायर कर चुका है। उनको अगर थोड़ा सा बल मिल जाए तो मिरेकल कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप उनके सर्वांगीण के विकास के लिए नई पहल इस बजट में एक नया आयाम जोड़ेगी। महिलाओं के लिए एक विशेष बचत योजना भी शुरू की जा रही है और जनधन अकाउंट के बाद ये विशेष बचत योजना सामान्य